Today95.1fm. Sports Hardcore. News.
Good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Queen Chima. The headlines. INEC distributes sensitive materials ahead of Rivers South East senatorial by-election. Federal government to evacuate all willing Nigerians from South Africa before June 30. Retired military officers call for comprehensive reforms of Nigeria's security architecture. On the foreign scene, UAE bans social media use for children under 15 years. Now the detail. The Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has commenced the distribution of sensitive and non-sensitive materials for the Rivers South East Senatorial District by-election scheduled for Saturday, June 20, 2026. The materials are being moved from the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN branch in Port Harcourt to the 7 local government areas that make up the Senatorial District. Today, FM's Uchendu Joe, who monitored the exercise at the CBN premises, reports that the movement of the electoral materials is being closely observed by party agents and accompanied by electoral officers with heavy security provided by armed personnel. Meanwhile, INEC has released and published the final list of candidates for the election. According to a circular signed by Rose Orion Anthony, the candidates include Douglas Fabeke Beka of the Action Alliance, or Sarusaka Erewari of the All Progressives Congress APC, Sam Baribua of the Labour Party, and Wogo Johnson of the People's Democratic Party PDP. Similarly, the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has commenced the distribution of sensitive election materials from the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN in Ado-Ekiti ahead of the Ekiti State governorship election and a series of senatorial and federal constituency by-elections scheduled for Saturday, June 20, 2026. The resident electoral commissioner for Ekiti State, Bumi Omoshoidemi, described the exercise as smooth and assured stakeholders that all materials would be delivered to their destinations on schedule. Meanwhile, INEC disclosed that the number of registered voters in Ekiti State has increased from 987,647 in 2023 to 1,059,360 in 2026, while the PVCs rose from 958,052 to 1,028,929, representing a collection rate of over 97%. The Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) has inaugurated its Oyibo branch, bringing the total number of NBA branches in the Rivers State to 8. The move is aimed at enhancing the welfare and professional interests of legal practitioners in the state. Justice Omonio Muibani presided over the inauguration and swearing in of the pioneer executive members of the branch at the Oyibo High Court. The newly inaugurated executives are led by renowned human rights advocates O.C. Haya King as chairman, Henry Mack Mbiwe as vice chairman, and Daniel Oyegorum as secretary, among others. Speaking with newsmen shortly after the inauguration, the chairman of the NBA Oyibo branch, O.C. Haya King, assured members that the new leadership would prioritize the development and growth of the branch. Haya King, who stated that the executive would tackle the activities of impersonators within the legal profession and strengthen advocacy for the protection of human rights, particularly for residents of Oyibo, also commended the Rivers State Governor, the Chief Judge of Rivers State and former national president of the NBA for their support towards the establishment of the branch.
We're going to make sure we put things on ground. We're going to make sure we put things that any incoming executive will be able to do better than we have done. It's going to be work. is going to be laying of foundation so that any other person that comes will be able to build on that, because this is a new branch. It has never existed before, so it's going to be existing from now on. National NBA have done a lot now to be able to check illegal or quackery lawyers, people who just want to impersonate as lawyers. We are going to fight them. So we're going to be making sure from now on, no fake lawyer will come to Oyibo branch.
On his part, the chairman of the Electoral Committee, Kelvin Roland Omodu, described the election process that produced executives as free, fair and credible, while expressing confidence that the newly elected officers, whom he described as individuals with proven track records, would lay a solid foundation for the branch and ensure its sustainability.
The election was free and fair. It will have also set a pace for other new branches to also emulate. The election came, the members comported themselves and voted for the candidates of their choice, who today have been sworn in by the presiding judge of Oyibo Division. As a LECO, today I want to also say that the position I occupied was not an easy one, but thank God I had members that were willing to work. So the new executives, I know they will make us proud. They are persons of integrity. They also have the love of this branch at heart. And with the support of other members of this branch will go places.
The presidential candidate of the Nigeria Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has called on Nigeria to adopt South Africa's approach to borrowing, stressing that while borrowing is not inherently bad, the critical issue is transparency and effective use of funds. In a post on his verified X handle, Obi noted that South Africa's recent $1 billion loan from the New Development Bank reflects accountable borrowing where project purposes are clearly defined. Investments are identifiable and outcomes are measurable for citizens. Obi, the former Anambra State governor, expressed concern over Nigeria's rising public debt, which he said has grown from about 87 trillion naira in 2023 to nearly 200 trillion naira without corresponding clarity on its utilization. He argued that many Nigerians are left uninformed about how borrowed funds are deployed across key sectors such as education, healthcare, power, security, and infrastructure, insisting that every loan must be tied to productive investments that improve living standards, create jobs, and drive economic growth. He further emphasized that fiscal responsibility and transparency are essential, warning that borrowing without accountability risks burdening future generations. The federal government has assured Nigerians in South Africa that all citizens who have indicated willingness to return home amid ongoing anti-migrant attacks will be evacuated before the June 30 deadline. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, said the President Bola Tinubu-led administration remains committed to the safety and welfare of Nigerians abroad, noting that the evacuation process is already underway. She disclosed that the first batch of 258 Nigerians were airlifted from South Africa on June 11, while arrangements are being finalized to evacuate the remaining citizens out of about 1,000 who have registered to return home. According to the minister, President Tinubu has directed that all Nigerians facing danger and harassment and who voluntarily wish to return should be assisted without delay. Odumegu Ojukwu also criticized what she described as unequal treatment of Nigerians despite the presence of more than 120 South African companies operating freely in Nigeria. In another development, the federal government has issued new guidelines to facilitate Nigeria's transition to a revised tax regime aimed at providing clarity for taxpayers, revenue agencies, consultants, and other stakeholders. In a circular by the Ministry of Finance, the framework outlines how existing obligations, ongoing audits, dispute, and tax incentives will be treated during the transition period. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Taiwo Oyedele, said the guidelines are anchored on the principles of clarity, fairness, and administrative certainty to avoid uncertainty for both taxpayers and authorities. He explained that tax liabilities and enforcement actions relating to periods before January 1, 2026 will remain governed by existing laws, while returns due from that date will fall under the new tax framework, which includes the Nigeria Tax Act and related reforms law. The guidelines also confirm that all existing tax exemptions and incentives will remain valid until their expiration, while new applications will be assessed under the updated legal structure. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Do stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Well, thank you so much for staying with us now, the rest of our stories. Retired military officers have called for comprehensive reforms of Nigeria's security architecture following the death of Major General Rabi Abubakar, who was abducted by bandits in Katsina State. Speaking at a press conference in Kaduna, Brigadier General Ismail Abdullahi, on behalf of colleagues, friends and associates of the deceased, described the incident as a tragic reminder of the worsening security situation across the country, while commending the efforts of the federal government and the Katsina state government that led to the rescue of Abubakar's wife, Amina Abubakar. He said the retired general's death underscored the urgent need for stronger measures to combat banditry, kidnapping, and terrorism. He warned against politicizing insecurity or giving it ethnic and regional interpretations, insisting that terrorism, kidnapping, and banditry are national challenges that require a united response. The group called for stronger security institutions, improved interagency collaboration, greater investment in intelligence gathering, tighter border control to curb the influx of illegal weapons, and enhanced support for community-based security structures. Meanwhile, the Director of Energy Security, Office of the National Security Advisor, Goodluck Ebelu, and the Chief Executive Officer of the New Guard Security Services Limited, retired Major General Jamilu Sam, have commended the General Officer commanding GOC 6th Division Nigerian Army, Major General Emmanuel Emeka, for his leadership in safeguarding critical national infrastructure in the Niger Delta and across the country. The commendation was made during a courtesy visit to headquarters 6th Division Nigerian Army, Port Harcourt Barracks, River State. Speaking during the visit, Ebelu noted that Nigeria's crude oil production has recorded significant growth over the past 2 years, boosting government revenue and strengthening the national economy. He attributed the achievement largely to the commitment of the armed forces of Nigeria, particularly the Nigerian Army, in securing vital national assets and combating economic sabotage. He also praised Major General Emeka's leadership and expressed confidence in the Army's ability to sustain the gains recorded in the protection of critical infrastructure. Responding, Major General Emeka, who also serves as Land Component Commander of Joint Task Force South-South Operation Delta SAFE, congratulated Ebelu on his appointment and reaffirmed the Army's resolve to prevent criminal elements from undermining the nation's economic assets. He identified the failure of some oil companies to fully implement memoranda of understanding with host communities as a major source of tension in the Niger Delta and urged greater stakeholder engagement to ensure compliance, while assuring that 6th Division would continue to intensify efforts to secure national assets and support peace and stability in the region. The King of Upata Kingdom in Ahoda East Local Government Area of River State, His Majesty Felix Utuwaribo, has banned the activities of scrap dealers and scavengers across communities in the kingdom following a major security operation aimed at tackling criminal activities in the area. The ban, which took effect on June 17, was announced after a coordinated operation to flush out what the monarch described as miscreants operating within Upata communities. The traditional ruler said the measure became necessary to curb rising cases of theft, vandalism, and other unlawful activities linked to scavengers. In a statement issued by his special advisor on media and publicity, Oyagiri, Monday, the Inye Udo Upata warned that anyone found violating the directive would face decisive sanctions, while lamenting that several properties, including sacred artifacts of cultural significance, had been looted by scavengers operating in the kingdom. The monarch disclosed that 5 suspects were arrested during the operation, while stolen items and other property worth millions of naira were recovered. According to the statement, the suspects and recovered exhibits have been handed over to the Ahoda Divisional Headquarters of the Nigerian Police Force for further investigation and possible prosecution. Well, on the foreign scene, the United Arab Emirates, UAE, has announced a ban on social media use for children under the age of 15, becoming the latest country to introduce restrictions aimed at protecting minors online. According to a cabinet resolution, social media platforms will be required to monitor and deactivate accounts belonging to under 15 users within a 12-month transition period or risk being blocked in the country. The regulation sets 15 as the minimum age for creating or operating social media accounts, prohibiting children below that age from engaging in activities such as posting, commenting, sharing content, and joining online groups and interactive platforms. Authorities overseeing media and telecommunications have also been empowered to enforce compliance through warnings, fines, or partial or total platform bans, joining similar moves already taken by countries including Australia, Britain, and Canada. To end the news, here is a summary of the major stories. INEC has distributed sensitive materials ahead of the Rivers South East senatorial by-election scheduled for Saturday. The federal government has announced plans to evacuate all willing Nigerians from South Africa before June 30. We told you that retired military officers have called for comprehensive reforms of Nigeria's security architecture. On the foreign scene, you heard that UAE has banned social media use for children under 15 years. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm, Instagram at TodayFM951, X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube Live today. 95.1 FM. Thank you so much for listening. I am Queen Chima. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Transition to glory with heavy heart but with total submission to the will of God. We, the families of Odu in Kaja group of families, of Ehioka compound, Oduoha, and the family of Woriaku of Okborowo, all in Ogbakri town, Emoha local government area of Rivers State, announces the passing away of our beloved daughter, sister, mother, and aunt, late leader Grace Wada Ihunda Odu, whose death occurred on Monday, the 2nd of March 2026, after a brief illness. She was aged 58. Burial arrangement Friday 19 June 2026, 6 p.m. Service of songs at her family house. Saturday 20th June 2026, 9 a.m. Body leaves Delight Mortuary to her house. 9:30 a.m. Lying in state in her compound. 10 a.m. Funeral service at Kaja Playground, Ehioka compound, Oduoha Ogbakiri, Emoha LGA, River State. 1 p.m. Interment at her church compound. She is survived by 3 children, brothers, sisters, and other relatives. May her soul rest in perfect peace. Amen. This is signed by Deacon Honorable Nchelem Odu, Chief Mourner, for and on behalf of Kaja Group of Family.
This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, voice of the people.
Transition to glory. With a deep sense of loss, we, the Mweye family of Umuchi Kindred Oshikatu community and Omaga family of Umuchi Kindred Ogbo community, both in Ekpe ethnic nation, announce the transition to glory of our wife, mother, sister, aunt, and grandmother, late Mrs. Florence Okpara George, who slept in the Lord on September 9, 2025, aged 56. Burial arrangement Friday, June 19, 2026, 7 p.m. Christian wake, 9 p.m. till dawn. Social wake Saturday, June 20, 2026. 26, 7 a.m. Body depart Samaji Medical Center, Udebu, to Oshika, and lies in state at the compound of Okra George. Interment follows immediately after the funeral service. Mama, sleep on till we meet to part no more. Romeo Okra George, announcer.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
It's not about the day I saw.
entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
The beautiful or even the worst things that happen in your life. Right, so you wonder why you think about something so well, and the next minute it just begins to happen. Right, so the mind is so powerful. So every time I come here evenings on Today's Connect and ask you what's on your mind, and you either just reflect on your day and tell me how good or bad it has been. So you're letting it out and feeling better. That's good news. Then, if I ask you what's on your mind and you decide to also reflect on the beautiful things around you, maybe happening in your life or happening around you, basically, right? That's also good news, because you're relieving goodness, and then there's this positivity and the atmosphere that you create that is beautiful. So when I say what's on your mind, I truly do mean it, because I want to find out. It's either I want you to release the bad energy or reflect on the goodness or the positivity of what's happening around you. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. It's Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. It's exactly 6:27, Thursday, June 18, 2026. So tomorrow is Friday. I don't know if people still do TGIF in real terms, right? But then let's wait till tomorrow. We'll talk about that. Maybe we'll talk about that tomorrow. But we began today's Connect with the news. That's the world news. And now I want to know what's on your mind. I want us to talk, chit chat. Afterwards, 7 o'clock, Eyewitness Report, 8 p.m. Ukechi Smith Dibia will be live here in the studio for security and news. So it's going to be another evening to learn security, to talk security. Afterwards, The Thrill, obviously, by Rona Barra, should be here from 9 till shut down with you, doing everything that we do best on Today 95.1 FM, which is to educate, entertain, and inform you. So let's get to find out what's going on with you. How's this week been for you, by the way? Right, I'm just thinking through the week. I'm also thinking through the month of June. I think that it's being a fast one. I was looking at the date. I said 18th, really. When I was thinking about the by-elections on Saturday 20th, I said, oh, it's 20th already. And before you know, we're done with this month. I like to calculate these things. I help you do it. And somehow I remind you the date. Every time I come here, I tell you, oh, today's date is this. That is if you forget. I'd always remind you. And then there are people who say they don't remember their birthdays. So if you don't, you turn on your radio and hear today is Thursday, June 18. Tomorrow will be, or tomorrow is, right? So That's it in the month of June. So I've just been thinking about the whole week, how it's been. I don't know if you thought about that. I mean, I have thought about this whole week, how it's been for me, how it's been with dealing with a lot of things in this life, both the beautiful ones, both the challenges, right? I was thinking about that, but I don't know what's on your mind. I'd like to find out. Just say what's on your mind. What you need to do is call the number or even send a text or WhatsApp message. This is a segment dedicated specifically to you. So I'm not expected to just do too much talking. I'm not expected to stay here and ask you questions or even although it depends, but then it's for you, dedicated for you to just say what is on your mind. So that thing topmost that you've been thinking about, right? I'd like to find out from you what that is. And so you can call the number 0810 9510 951. That is 0810 9510 951. You can call that number. And of course, you get to say what is on your mind. Then, if you'd like this other alternative, I mean text message or WhatsApp message, then you can do 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. You can do a text or WhatsApp message to that number. So call me up 0810 9510 951 and tell me what exactly is on your mind. Welcome to Today FM.
Queen Shima.
Good evening. It's good to hear
How
from
are
you.
you, Queen Shima?
Well, I guess I'm fine.
Oh, no, you should be fine. I'm guessing.
I'm guessing, sincerely.
Okay, okay, probably you let me know why you're not fine.
All
I've
right.
always been your doctor anyway.
All right. Welcome.
Thank you, Queen.
Yes.
Well, what is in my mind is just to say one more time, congratulations to a local government chairman, Chairman Joko.
Okay.
I think he's making waves. But why I said congratulations to him, Queen, remember I have also told you that we need to visit him and challenge him to build the best world-class garri manufacturing industry in Echie.
Yeah, you
Echie
mentioned.
people are blessed with vast area of land, and their land is very fertile. So as we talk Ikwere Garri, Ogoni Garri, we should talk more of Echie Garri. So let him do that, because that will create enough job for people in Echie. You understand?
Okay.
So I want to encourage him. I want to say congratulations to him. He should write down. He should set an example to other local government chairmen to learn.
Okay.
Yes, that's a good one. It's not easy to give your people light, even though that is their responsibility. And that means we should all hold all the local government chairmen responsible, especially Obiakpo, because they are getting so much money and we don't have much to see. So they should sit up.
All right.
Thank you, Queen.
All right, then. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. 0810 9510 951. That's the number you can call and tell us what is on your mind. Right, whatever it is that you are thinking of or you've thought about or you want to talk about on the radio, it's that time every evening to put a call across and share what is on your mind. So I say that am I even supposed to just be saying this? It can be anything. What is on your mind is what's on your mind. Right? All right. 0810 9510 951. That's the number that you can call. All right. 0810 9510 951. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-966 to tell me what is on your mind. So whether you're driving home or you're listening from your house or just sitting, your business space, what is that thing that you'd like to talk to us about this evening so that we can talk about it, right? Anything at all, right? I heard Mary Queen asking someone called and she shouted, and the person said from Bogor, the person said, have they fixed your, is that area still flooded? And it was the way that she shouted it for me and asked the question, right? But maybe on Eyewitness Report we'll talk about that, and you want to highlight what the state of your area is, all right, that'd be a great one. But now it's what's on your mind, and I'd like for you to call and share what is on your mind. So do you think that the federal government should regulate the use of social media and put an age to it? Because a number of other countries are beginning to regulate social media for young people. Today I saw, first it was Australia, then Britain, and then just some countries joining the list and saying we don't want young people from a particular age to a particular age. Now the UAE joined again, saying 15 as minimum age for creating or operating social media. And they're not just doing this by telling parents, if you're regulation is expansive, really expansive. So you want to look at areas that you want to loopholes that you intend to close. You want to look at a way that it would be effective. And they say social media platforms should find a way to log young adults, or children rather, young adults, log children from 15 downward out of social media. That's it. Else they would risk leaving their country, risk being blocked in the country. So Facebook, for instance, that understands there is Facebook knows your age, although some people don't put their exact ages, for instance. So Facebook knows that you're 15. Facebook just logs you out automatically because the government of your country says if you're 15 downwards, no social media, no access to social media until 15 and above. So 16 and above, right? So I was just thinking about us in the country, like should that regulation be something that we do here on social media? It was also on my mind. I was just thinking about it because when we talk about social media, the use of it, and then in the use you want to look at the misuse also. Then you look at the impact that social media has had or is having in the lives of young people, and you're detailing the advantages and the disadvantages, right? So it's a number of things to ascertain and ask questions. I mean, should we do that regulation for social media, right? Yes, there is the 18 years as adults stipulated, but then if maybe from 15, or people who have access to social media 16, 14, some people even 12, depending. I know that there are a lot of parents that regulate social media for their kids, or why they regulate social media rather, they don't give their children access to any device at all. Even if they have access, there are some protection tools that they use to ensure that children do not access social media. So I was just thinking about that regulation and wondering if it would work here. And while thinking if it would work, I'm also thinking if the country would regulate it, what measures would they want to regulate it with? Would they want to follow other countries that say, see, if you don't block every child that's 15 down from social media, we'll block you from having access in this country. Like, we'll block you, risk being blocked in the country. And then would that regulation happen? Because we know that every time we bring laws, we talk about laws and we talk about a number of other things that we're supposed to do in the country, we question regulation. And the people regulating, we question that, if it would be effective. But I was just thinking about it. But that's my own thoughts, and a number of other things that I may not necessarily talk about, right? Yeah. But you, what's on your mind? Maybe the ones you want to talk about, right? Because sometimes it's not everything that's that you have on your mind that you'd want to say, but there are those ones that you can say at least, right? So call me up. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello?
Yes, good evening.
Good evening. Good evening is my name.
Good evening. Welcome.
Yes. What is on my mind is the acquittal of Carlos Imadekwe by London court over corruption charges.
Okay.
I wonder this biases and sentiment and emotional judgment by the people. Of course, because I could remember here in Nigeria, she has forfeited so many property, even money, to the federal government, and nobody chased out of this country during the time of Buhari. And Buhari visited UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson. He told him that Boris Johnson told Buhari that Nigeria is fantastically corrupt, and Buhari said, "Yes, I know, but just return our return." And the biggest thief is here in London. That was 2016. Was referring to Alice Madrid. Let her come back to Nigeria and face justice in Nigeria. All those people are defending because she's from South against the North. So that would nobody benefited from her route, from how she helped herself with our patrimony. And there's wonder I was the family was free. So
your call dropped. Okay, I don't know if you can call back again. If you can, that works. Okay, but I saw this. Nope. Okay. Boom. All right, let's just let this go. 0810-9510-951. That's the number you can call and see what's on your mind. Then you can also send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962, and also tell me what is on your mind. All right. Then 7 o'clock will be eyewitness report. So if you've been thinking of when to say what you witnessed or an experience that's necessary to be said, we'll talk about maybe this road that's bad in your area, or any challenge at all that your eyes have seen and your mouth can testify. You can do that on Eyewitness Report. Then connect with us via social media handles. YouTube is Today95.1 FM YouTube. So what you can do is go there and watch. It's visual. Watch us. You can also subscribe to that channel, like and follow our conversations there. For Facebook, you can follow us on Today95.1 FM. Everything text and video clips that we do here, you see them on our Facebook, Instagram, and even X. So Facebook is Today95.1 FM, Instagram is Today FM 951, and then X is Today FM 951. Then for Twitch, you can watch us live there, Today FM 951. You can listen audio only via website, www.todayfmlive.com. So you just click listen live, or you go to the homepage or from the menu list. From the menu list, once you click there, listen live, you can start listening to us. And then there is the Tuning and Radio Garden app, where you can just search for Today 95.1 FM, and then you can listen to us. So there are no excuses at all to connect with us, whether on social media, listening to us via your radio, can tune in your phones that can tune into this frequency. Then there's social media, you can listen to us via those channels. That's our social media platforms, right? Do a follow, do a like, do a follow, do a like when you get to those platforms. So let's see if we can take one more call. I don't know, the phone lines are acting up this evening. We hope we're able to manage this throughout till shutdown, maybe the network. But then you can call 0810-9510-951. That is for calls. Then for text or WhatsApp message, you can do that to 0701-9339-962 and tell me what is on your mind. What's on your mind on Today 95.1 FM? So because this program is for you, right? I pretty much wouldn't be saying much. I would not be saying much. It's basically for you to call in and air your thoughts and talk about whatever's bothering you or whatever you deem fit to talk about, or anything at all that is on your mind. I wouldn't know until you say it, right? So since our chit chat this evening, you're saying, I'd rather keep what's on my mind in my mind this evening, Queen. Tomorrow I'll tell you. It works, except you've been trying to reach out and you're one of these pressing whose call is dropping. That also works. If you're saying, oh, I'm not going to send a text message, Queen, today what's on my mind, I keep it on my mind. It also works. But if you want to share, I'm still here for you. Let's hear you. Welcome.
Hello, Queen. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
I'm Chino, calling from Ajip area of Port Harcourt.
Welcome.
Actually, what is in my mind and what has been in my mind is the fact that in River State today, sometimes I wonder if we still have a government or governor in River State. Because from week to week, month to month, you won't hear our governor talk. The thing is becoming another thing. It's no longer political, quarrel with his so-called political father. I don't know what is happening in River State. Everywhere just quiet, as if no leadership in River State. And the people have taken the advantage of that, doing anything they like. When it comes to road sector, transport sector, the Agros have taken the advantage of that. The landlord and the agent have taken advantage of that. Every organization, everybody have taken advantage of the situation in River State today, do the way they like. The thing is bothering me, Queen. That is my concern, and that is my...
That's what's on your mind.
Bothering me.
All right. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Queen Chima, good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome. I can hear you.
Yes. My name is Chigozi from Odoho, Pakistan.
Chigozi, welcome.
Thank you, Queen Chima. What is my mind this evening is concerning my LGA, or local government. Queen Chima, why is it that every time I'm talking about all the 23 local government chairman of River State, local government, they used to do well for their people. Like, let me say, for instance, the former LGA chairman, the past and the outgoing LGA before this present one.
Okay.
The man did well for their people across River State at large. If you come to President, if you come to this 23 local government, now this current one now, the government chairman is the leading. What is happening in our own local government? As I'm talking to you now, nothing is happening, no project, nothing. I keep on wondering whether our chairman is not receiving allocation money from federal government.
Okay.
I'm using this medium to beg him to give us light in our local government. Please, Honorable Chairman, sir, give us light in our local government so that we can reap the dividends of democracy.
All right then.
For federal government of Nigeria. Thank you. I remain Chigozi from Udon Pakistan.
All right, Chigozi. Share what's on your mind. Let's listen to this. I hope. Okay, let's get this first. Welcome. What's on your mind? Are you there? What's on your mind?
Yes, I'm here.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening to you.
Yeah.
I still remember Robin Maja.
Welcome, Robin Maja.
God bless you. I'm blessed today, FM staffer.
All right, welcome.
Sure. What's on your mind? That is a program you people give to us as a platform to say what's in our mind, right?
Yes.
I've just been wondering. This is 3 years running. I wrote an open letter to the governor of Rivers State, His Excellency Governor Senale Fubara, about what happened to my family. How my lands were grabbed. I have shouted to platform to like your station, eyewitness report. He set up a committee, according to him. Nothing has been heard of the committee. Now we're talking about security in Nigeria. How people are being displaced in their farms in the north, Benue, Plateau. This is River State now. So why should I, Robert, be displaced from my farm? And the government of the day cannot come to my rescue. God bless you. Thank you.
All right, Robin Maja. All right, let's listen to this.
Hello. Good evening, Chima Michael, Chima from Abba. Yeah, I think our leaders in the country, with all the big education that they are unable to fix back our country. I wonder what is wrong with us. Other countries, even smaller countries in Africa, are making progress. Look at your South Africa of yesterday. They have a good economy, electricity, health system is working, functional. But in the country, zero, nothing is working. But we have people that has money, has big educational background. It's a pity. Thank you. That's what is my mind.
All right, that's a voice message on WhatsApp. Let's see if we see something else. Okay. Right, 0810-951-0951. You can call that number. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello. Good evening, my sister.
Yeah. Good evening.
My name is James Siva Uzuzu from Rumudu. Queen.
Welcome, James.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Welcome.
Okay. I cannot stop to talk about my community, Rumudu, in the Emowa local government. Queen, can you imagine that the NDC light they gave all the communities in River State? My own community, our own light is lighting like a candle. I want to beg whosoever that is in charge of that light to go and remove that one that is lighting up as a candle and replace the good one that other people are benefiting.
Okay. Are you there? Welcome. What's on your mind?
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, my name is Chigozie Muhammadi. I'm calling from Eberi Omoma.
Chigozie, welcome.
Thank you, Queen. Yes, Queen. Let me use this opportunity to advise the state governor.
Is that what's on your mind?
Yes, to provide the scholarship to primary and secondary schools in River State. I beg you.
To provide what?
To provide the security for primary and secondary schools in River State.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yes, because I have a bad dream. That's why I'm calling you.
All right. What's on your mind? Let's take this one.
Good evening, my sister in the studio. My name is Ateke I'm calling from UP Sanford Burukiri. My sister, what is on my mind is our country, this our fuel, our petroleum marketers. These people, they are wicked. Anytime there is an increase, before the day will open, they will shut down their filling station. The next thing what we hear, they have increased their price. But now, since 3 days now, they have reduced the price of fuel. But the filling station people refuse to reduce it. Is it how we are going to live in this country? Because the up is corrupt. The up is corrupt. That is the reason of all these things. If you not tell me, when they increase fuel, they will rush. Even though they have old markets, they will rush and increase it. But now they have reduced the fuel. They don't want to reduce it. Bad government, bad people. Thank you. I take care from UP Southfield.
All right, that's a voice recording on WhatsApp. Okay, this is it. Yes, this is it. We just wrap it up here. Thank you so much. 7 o'clock. Would get on Eyewitness Reports. All right, thank you so much for your calls and WhatsApp recordings and messages. Quite appreciated. So stay tuned. 7 o'clock. Eyewitness Report, 8 p.m. Security and you. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Today 95.1 FM, where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
All right. Eyewitness reports on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. All right, let's get to find out what's happening around you. That is your eyewitness report, right, from anywhere in the state at all. Whether it's in the metropolis concerned or in your local government, in your village, in your community, what is your eyewitness report? Anything that you have seen that is worthy to be talked about, that you think should be brought to public concern, public notice rather, please, let's get to hear your thoughts this evening. Call the numbers 0810-9510-951 or send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-933-9962.
Queen, can you hear me?
Welcome.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Eyewitness report.
All right, please go on.
Queen.
Yes.
There's a police station at Ishopo or in Ishopo.
Okay.
The road that leads to that police station, the road needs urgent attention.
Okay.
Don't forget, the paramount ruler, His Highness, raised concern when they launched the new wrestling season this year. I want to use this medium, as I have said before, to call on the chairman of the Ikure local government area to synergize and see how that road can be fixed, so that police in that local government can seamlessly come out of the station, get into the station to attend to security issues. Then straight, the road that was contracted by River State government from Igbo Eleme Junction to Chokocho. That road from a place called Trinity Estate, just close after Eleme Junction, just go to your front within the houses so that it will not be Akbo. The place has not been attended to. Is it to mean that the contract awarded by the River State government does not include that place? It's not from Eleme Junction to Chokocho. Why is that place left in that condition now? Governor, you can still do more.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay.
Hello?
So
you want to ask me something?
Nothing at all has been done on the road. Nothing.
They have not done anything there. They started the road somewhere up, not from Eleme Junction.
Okay.
And from that very point to Eleme Junction, it's in a messy situation. And before I drop, please, Governor Sim Fubara, you can still do more. That's time for you. From Igbo Junction there to Chokota, Umebule. Please, help the people. They have more than 60 oil wells. Help the people. Just road. Help the people. River State government is benefiting from the 13% derivation.
All right.
Help the people. Thank you. The farmer.
All right, thank you. All right, then let's get to hear from you. All right, your eyewitness report this evening. It's Today 95.1 FM, and the number is 0810-9510-951. Sometimes just imagine. It wouldn't be good, but imagining is fine. Imagine what the state would look like if 90% of the roads were good, in good condition, maybe some in good condition, or most of them in good condition rather, and then the others we don't need to talk about even constructing because the road is already good, right? So, but just imagine what it would be like. I think about these things sometimes. Do you? Or we don't have to talk about electricity challenges, or talk about jobs, or talk about some of the issues that we talk about here and now and here and there. But what's important is that sometimes, because of this talking, we experience change, the necessary change. Right? So you're wondering, I've been saying this for the past 1 year and nothing's happened. Well, you never can tell what changes the next minute. Right? So let's keep talking about it. And I mentioned on Tuesday that while you want to talk about road issues, you want to talk community issues, you want to talk some of these tangibles, that there are intangibles that can be discussed too, right, in terms of eyewitness report. So you're saying something that would likely protect the next person from harm. All right, this road, this is what happened. This other lane, this is what happened. there are a group of people here doing this. The market situation here is not proper. I mean, you're looking at all of these things and wrapping your hands around them. You're wrapping your hands around them and sharing it with us because you saw it, and it'd be good for us to hear what's happening in that area. So you just be our eyes, right, in that community, be our eyes in that village, be our eyes in that local government, be our eyes on that street, sharing your eyewitness report here. So you too can call 0810-9510-951. What is your eyewitness report? Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Text or WhatsApp message. Then you can also do a recording. So I was asking on what's on your mind, what the actual state of the Ubogoro Road is, the actual state, not mincing words, not painting anything, but what is it? The barricade, has it been taken off? The barricade where the youth that had to put a barricade on that lane that had been abandoned for years, right? And then the gully, has anything been done to the gully there that's so deep? Has the flood, because if anything is done to the gully, right, and then the road, and that barricade is open, so maybe water can move freely, according to our conversations that we had with people, authorities or stakeholders from that place. But if that doesn't happen, it may just continue to worsen or be the situation that it is right now. But I don't know what it is at the moment or today, but I'd like to find out from you, if you're in Ubogoro, what's the situation there, right? And then this Umwebule Road, right? There's this man who calls from Umwebule Road regularly. You've been calling for a very long time. What's any updates about that road? What's happening there? It would be good to find out. And how are people even navigating their everyday life using that route? Because that's one thing to consider. When we talk about road networking, good road networking and good roads, it's for people to use it, for businesses to thrive, goods and services. Remember the young man calling last week when I had some stakeholders from Obiabo come talk about the Ubogoro Road, say that his business is being affected greatly, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So you watch areas where there are good roads and see businesses thriving, because nobody would want to put themselves through that hustle of coming to an area where the road is terrible just to patronize you, no matter what you're selling. Well, some people will do it for your sakes, but how many times can they continue to? So you see that good roads is very important. We know this thing. We both know. We all know how important these things that you ask for sometimes, how important it is. So, what's your eyewitness report? And then there's this man who called in and was talking about a group of young men abusing substances in a particular area, and how that would affect the outlook of that area, and also maybe children living there. I'd like to find out if anything's been done at all, right? I say there are cases where you can choose to be anonymous when you're sharing an eyewitness report that you think you're not comfortable sharing. It's not something you want to do on a normal day. You'd rather just keep quiet. But because it's the radio and nobody can see you, so you call. But even as you're calling, you're a little concerned. Or what if someone knows my name, or knows my voice, or knows I'm the one? So you can say, okay, I choose to be anonymous. These abuse of drug substances here, and of substances rather, and what's happening in this area is something that we should talk about, right? So on your street, what is your eyewitness report? In your community, what is your eyewitness report? In the state, maybe you were moving past somewhere and you saw something that you think should be attended to. That's it on eyewitness report. That's what we do on eyewitness report. We'll talk about these things, talk about them, and hoping that help comes, right? Help comes, and then everything is sorted and you're good, right? And then for those of you who've been calling, right, you've been calling, and then there's something that has been done, at least right? It's something that's been done, at least in the area that you're talking about, right? You could also call and give an update on that. There's this road. Is it? The name's coming to my head and leaving now. There's this road, right, where you talked about a hole, really big one. Now, pothole increased to drum hole, and it's been covered, right? I can't remember that road now, but that's really helpful. So you also want to call in and talk about how whatever road you've mentioned, how work has started there, or there are plans to get it fixed, right? So for months we were talking about the indiscriminate dumping of refuse in the state in most parts of the metropolis. We talked about some parts of Obiakpo here. So how is it like now? Is it better now? I mean, can you move around freely without covering your noses, without feeling that anything that you're going to be affected by, the odor that can affect your health, right? And then even our driver, someone called and was complaining about the way people drive on the east-west road, especially bike men using the one lane, using the other lane, the wrong lane. All right, so I know that towards evening to see police officers patrolling, and then you just notice that somehow the one lane, one way driving reduces. But in the mornings or evenings, not nights now, in the mornings or afternoon, it just increases too. And then sometime later at night, the same thing, right on this east-west road. And it's a matter of concern, really. It's a matter of concern. But what's your eyewitness report? Welcome. That call dropped. Call again, right? And you can share your eyewitness report on Today95.1 FM. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, good evening. Welcome.
This is Talk Your Mind.
Talk your mind. What's your eyewitness report?
So I see they talk about the roads. Our road, they worry us too much.
Which road be that?
The road is from Cargo to Adada Waterside. Now, we can carry him come when you want to do that is the campaign time. So they don't start the drum. But they don't come stop way. The road don't bad this way. Person to pass that place now. I think they try come finish them. So that we say we're gonna go out and buy things to sell our things. Then too, the solar thing, light. The whole road where they don't get finished. But at that they never bring their own. And what we do now, let them bring them for us too. So now the thing we did there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Hello.
Yes,
good evening, Rona.
It's Queen.
Oh, Queen. The Queen of the Airwaves. How are you?
I'm fine. Good evening.
Good. I'm Simeon. I'm calling from Delhi.
Simeon, welcome.
Thank you. I think we say government is a continuum.
Yes.
So if that datum goes, it means that if government A embarks on a project and maybe leaves it, and that project is in tandem with what the people want, then government B has every reason to continue it.
Yes.
And complete it. The glory will go to them. So I'm talking about my place, my community in Delhi. There is a road, very important road, impacted upon by the local government of over there. The name is Samuel Emereji. That road, Mbola Road, very, very strategic. He embarked on it, and he was very so serious about it. So gutters were dug and so on, but he suddenly left it because of change in government. And the new man came in, who is also our son. I'm appealing that the chairman will see reason to revisit that road, because our people are falling on that road whenever they are going farm. They will fall because of the marshy way the road is. It's very, very bad. So let him try. The glory will go to them. We are going to remember that indeed this road was started by this and finished by this. That is how the thing is now. And secondly, please, I want to appeal to the governor of Rivers State, our amiable governor, the able governor, excellent governor, whatever, because he actually deserves that. Let him look into the plight of pensioners. Those of us who retired 7 years ago, 6 years ago, our gratuity is not yet paid. We have labored for it now. Bible says a laborer deserves his wage. Is he waiting for us to die? When we die, then maybe government will do nonsense with that very money that we actually sweated for. Say, let him try and do it. The glory will go to him. I think we will know that, yes, once upon a time, there was a governor in Rivers State who cleared the backlog of gratuities and personal arrears in Rivers State. And that man is Sinalaye Fobara. The glory will go to him now. Let him try. Thank you very much. Yes.
All right, yes, to give your eyewitness reports, you can call 0810 9510 951 and get on with your eyewitness report. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Text or WhatsApp message. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello.
Yeah, welcome. Good evening.
My sister, good evening.
Good evening.
How are you?
I'm fine. How about you?
No problem. We are managing Nigeria.
Okay.
Oti Wabeze.
Oti, welcome.
Ovogoma.
Ovogoma, welcome.
Thank you very much, my sister. I said it. I used to say that I will not stop until something is being done about Ovogo. Ovogo is Namuha local government. I don't know what is happening with some of these chairmen, local government chairmen. See, the Lord, who is our local government chairman, don't want to help Ovogo. Ovogo, I used to say it. I said my sister fell on the road that making did not complete. She had a broken leg up to now. She's still in the house. The thing that is in the road is so much that it investigate. Then the center is completely off. We are not thinking of a health center. They have the whole staff are taken one room in Obogo Primary School. That where they come once in every Tuesday, once in a week, every Tuesday. Then, like the worst, this is 2013 up to now, nothing. The law should help us now. He should help us. So, I'm talking about pensioners of local government. They are that is, I don't know why governors should ignore the local government pensioners since 2013 up to today. Nothing is being done. I don't know whether they want all of them to die before they will pay the money. Governors should help the local government pensioners. We are really reverse indigenous.
All right.
It's as if we are not indigenous. Imagine when he pay Christmas bonus, it doesn't get to local government. 32,000 now that about food, it does not affect local government pensioners. What they done to Rivers State? Are they not indigenous of Rivers State? So that is my eyewitness. Please, I know you can do it. Send this mail to governor. It should help of local government of River State. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Oti, what is the Obugoman?
All right, Obugoman. Let's get your eyewitness report. Right. Call the numbers. So you can still reach out to it. 0810-9510-951. And texts WhatsApp 0701 9339962 for text or WhatsApp. Then a recording too works, like WhatsApp recording. You can just do that to 0701 9339962 and send a WhatsApp recording. All right, that question is really a good one, right? Continuity, and that the previous caller asked. The government is a continuum, and then it's almost like what it's expected to be or what we hope that it is, but it's always not the case, right? Projects should not be abandoned. Projects should not be abandoned. If it's been awarded, even if there's a transition, a government that transitions, the government should be able to monitor that project, follow up with what's been happening with it, what was left, where it was left, what state it was left off, and why it can continue the project to actually complete it. Remember talking on Tuesday about our resources, and somehow we highlighted infrastructure, because if we have anywhere at all in the state project that's not completed, that's a waste of money. Because if it's going to be restarted, maybe not at the exact point it was abandoned because of decay or never attended to, and then you question what was the initial plan or what need exactly was supposed to be met when that project began. Who is responsible? Sometimes it's because there isn't adequate inspection with this project or follow up with this project. Right, so what need was it supposed to meet that it did not meet, or it's no longer meeting because it was abandoned? So if we focused a little more on the needs than just anything that happens or anything that comes, maybe we would have productive governance. What do the people really need? And not just understanding what they need, but understanding why that is important and why, if it's not done, it's deprivation. That the people would not enjoy. We just celebrated democracy a few days ago, and we talk about the dividends of democracy. Not enjoying any of that, even while we continue to celebrate that yearly, and then things not turning around or changing, just status quo. Right? All right, let's get your eyewitness report. Right? Let the government do what it's supposed to do. Let the people's attention be called to what it's supposed to be called to. So you, even activities of you can be eyewitness reports, can be checked when you're doing more than you're supposed to, or not following the laws of the land, or just simple things that you could figure out. You don't have to be told that you don't drink water from a can and just throw the can anywhere, or sachet water and just throw it anywhere, or whatever you have, throw it anywhere. Or you move against or away from the designated time to dump refuse, and so, I'm not going to go at that time, I will go at the time that suits me. Upata Kingdom, they have banned the activities of scavengers, and it's related to a recent security situation. I was thinking about that, and while I was thinking about it, I remembered experiencing these scavengers, or a scavenger rather, 2 days ago just littering everything, scattering the debts, just like doesn't matter, right? So maybe a lot needs to be done too. The activities of scavengers needs to be monitored, and whatever the government can do to ensure that it's done well. You're scavenge, and you don't loiter. I mean, you're talking about a major road connecting cities, and this happens. What's your eyewitness report? 0810-9510-951, or send a text to 0701-9339-962. You can send a text or WhatsApp message to that number, and that's giving thoughts to your eyewitness report. We'll take this commercial. As we get back, I'll still leave the phone lines open, get to hear your thoughts and what you think. Whatever your eyes have seen that you want to talk about.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence.
Bet Niger, we are the home of World Cup 2026. And it's not just because of OneUp, BetBoom, and BetFreeze. Build your betting streak and win big with our 50 million naira goal. Bet Niger, we are the home of World Cup 2026. Not for persons under the age of 18. Bet responsibly.
Maybe home is somebody's smile when they look at you for the first time. Maybe home is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life, friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home.
Still back to Eyewitness Report on Today 95.1 FM. Please call the number 0810-9510-951 and let's get to hear your Eyewitness Report. Welcome. Turn down the volume on your listening device. Good evening. Welcome.
Yeah, this is Mr. Houston.
All right, welcome.
Please, I want to use this medium. There's a lawyer that did a protest. Was it last week? He went to government house.
Okay.
To do a little protest. He was telling our governor that he should say he's still having 1 year in office.
Yeah.
He should use that 1 year and do something. Please, I want to use this medium to also beg him. Chokota, he couldn't go Maple Road. If he mobilizes any contractor, give it to reliable contractor, I believe the next 6 or 8 months that road will be done. Please, it's our last hope. That road have been there for many years. Those who know when J5 part was running, that was when the work on that road last. I was wearing J5 part standing my father's frontage when they were tying that road. How many years? Very soon I will become a grandfather. But that road still like that. Please, I'm begging him. He is our last hope. You should help people of Chokota, Ikurengo, Umebulu, who have suffered. When you go to Umebulu, you will see Umebulu 1, Umebulu 2, Umebulu 3, Umebulu 4, Umebulu 5. All this 1 to 3 to 5 is bigger than Rumekini, it's bigger than Rumos, it's bigger than Alakaya. You can imagine all this area, they don't have road. When you come to Chokota, the same thing. When you come to Kurembo, the same thing. Please, we are begging you should help us and put our road in order. This 1 year, you can use it and do something. God bless you, my sister, for a good work.
All right. God bless you. Okay, my name is Emma Man from Beche. My area report is the 5,000 teachers recruitment ongoing in River State. It's not transparent, rather it's politically motivated. Many people applied, but text messages were given to a few people for the exam. What about other people? How can you disqualify them for nothing? The state governor should call the committee in charge to be transparent to the process, not by appointment or selection and nepotism. The Commissioner of Education, Dr. Peter, is not responsible for his responsibilities. He should be transparent, not by selecting his own people and leave others behind. Man. All right. That's your eyewitness report. Okay. Thought I saw this. 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. You can call that number. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. All right, send a text or WhatsApp message. What is your eyewitness report? You can reach out to that number and get to share what your eyewitness report is. Right, those areas, there's a particular man who called in and you talked about the activity of scavengers too in your area, how high that is, and some of the experiences that the community has had. Although there's this other person who also mentioned how they're able to control the activities of scavengers by just warning them not to appear in the community, not to come, and then their activities are reduced. Because what I saw on the east-west road, it's an eyesore, really. I mean, this one, I'm talking about points. What points now? From just a little distance from Today FM Junction down to where now? Down to the UPTH entrance and Alakaya Junction. Just scavengers just scattering everything on the road. And on that midday, you have people dump their refuse there. Because I wonder why there are no receptacles where people can actually dump this refuse. But dumped there, middle of the road, and you have these scavengers they have their long sticks or whatever specifically constructed, and then just scattering everything, right? While maybe in the mornings you don't see the dirt, but some of it still get littered on the road, and it's not a good sight at all. It's not, especially early hours of the morning and late into the night. So because there are no receptacles or even enough, I don't think I've even seen any receptacle on this east-west from this point I mentioned to the other point I mentioned, right? So because there's nothing like that, at night you have to experience rubbish. If you are going to cross the road, it's challenging. You cannot even breathe. Even in your vehicle, the same thing, right? So generally, right, just like what Ahoda East has done, maybe there just has to be some level of regulation for these scavengers. There has to be a level of regulation so that we can have serene environment. Right? When you're complaining of electricity, complaining of battery, complaining of bad air, complaining of this, that, I mean, there are just a number of these things that we can complain about. Now, if you're in Obogoro, I'd like to hear from you, right? What the situation is like there, right? Is it still flooded? Your area, if you're there, how are you coping? How are you maneuvering your daily activity there in Obogoro? Be good to also hear from you. Now call the number 0810-9510-951. That's the number that you can call. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701-9339-962. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Okay, drops. Call again, please. Or you can send a text, right? Do a text message. Text message pretty much works. Text message or even WhatsApp message. Yes, text or WhatsApp message, and then you can do a recording that is a voice recording. Just easily send that. Click on the voice recording option, send your recording, and it goes through, and then I'll play it too if you cannot call or cannot send a text message. So 8 o'clock will be on security and you, discussing something important about security again. So you also just want to stay tuned and listen to us and tackle security challenges, and then you get to see the role that you can play. 9 o'clock, the thrill till shutdown after the world news and every other thing that will be played here on Today FM. But before we wrap this up, let's get some calls. Let's get to hear from you. What is your eyewitness report? Right, 0810 9510951. You can call that number. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. Right. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening, my sister.
Yeah, good evening.
My name is Professor Ikita. I'm calling for United States of Allah.
Welcome.
My area report tonight is that I want to beg the River State government because of this Shoba Bridge. If we are coming from Emwa, there's a particular place that this street light just stop. If you don't enter that bridge, all those places black out. And it is very dangerous for somebody that have never come Port Harcourt before.
Absolutely.
Because many drivers, the way they are driving vehicle, it's like they have already done something. They can overtake both left and right hand, that they will not know that bridge is in that particular place. So I don't see reason why they will put that street light from that C4I come from small. So the street light stop there. So they should please help us put that street light for that particular bridge, so that if a stranger is coming to Port Harcourt, he will know that there is particular bridge in that particular place. And I've been complaining about this thing so far. The Rivers government has not done anything over it. Thank you very much, my sister.
Thank you so much for that eyewitness report. Thank you. I hope that it's attended to as quickly as possible. Right. Where we cannot take responsibility for reckless driving, I mean, the basics should be fixed. The roads should be lit up. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening, my sister in the radio house.
Good evening, Chigozie.
Yes, good evening, my sister.
Yeah.
My eyewitness report is concerning that if you are coming from Choba to Kalabari or Bakri, that rent a bar.
Okay.
I use this medium to beg those commercial drivers that are applying Kalabari route to do the needful. Let them obey the traffic rule of that rent a bar so that they will not jump anybody going to Obakri. I am begging them in the name of God. They should obey the rules and regulations of that rent a bar. They should stop following one way to avoid any accident. Thank you, my sister. This is my eyewitness report.
All right. Thank you. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Are you there? Are you there? Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Good evening.
Good evening. It's Queen.
Okay, Queen. Hey, Chief Solomon calling from Obogoro community.
Okay, welcome.
You see, I want to still remind government about this Rumokwachi Road, Obogoro Road. You see, that gutter, they should come and complete it.
Okay.
So that's my eyewitness report. I will continue to be reminding them until they will come here for inspection.
So nothing
because
has
they are
nothing.
supposed to come for inspection.
They're supposed to come for inspection when? Is it fixed?
Hello, is that what?
Nothing has been done. Nothing at all.
Nothing has been done. They have not responded to our calling, to our attention. Please, they have been maybe as they feel as they are seeing it on Facebook. So they should come presently and witness it.
All right. Thank
you. That is it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Okay. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Hello, good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Yeah, this is Akonichi calling from Port Harcourt.
Akonichi, welcome.
My eyewitness report is that the way things are missing in my state, I don't like it. In River State.
Okay.
Do you imagine there are things owned by the government, which our previous governor sees, is no more there. I don't really know the people who they have sent, the right, or whosoever that is doing this evil.
When you say things are missing, what do you mean by
like this
things
man?
missing?
I don't know if you pass through Abaro, you find out that close to the bridge, close to the flyover, you find out that the things where fees is no more there. The state we are staying in River State is so bad. Is it that no one will be in charge of taking care of this property? Even under the bridge, the things the previous governor fees are no more there. Is it that is it spirit that is taking this thing away from the state? It's human beings. So the state government needs to put this in order to make sure that they judge these people and prosecute them in a rightful way.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't really know why. And the second one is that we have a lot of spies in River State. Those people that spy, I don't know the country they are coming from. I don't know who sent them down to River State to spy. Is it China? And the of a truth that we Nigeria, we River State don't really know how to dictate this spy list. These people that spy in the state. Well, it's just unfortunately it's so obvious that we have to learn how to handle these people.
Spies?
Thank you very much.
Are you
Spies. These are spy things.
I don't know if I quite got that. Did you say spies? Welcome. What's your eyewitness report? Kindly speak up, please. I can hear you better now. Better. It's audible.
Can you hear me now?
It's really audible. Go on, please.
All right. My name is Marvin. I'm calling from Port Harcourt. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Marvin. Go on, please.
Yes. My sister, my eyewitness report is about my community. 2 days ago, I went to my community to visit my mosque, and the state of my community was so disgusting.
What's the community? And can you speak to your mouthpiece? Speak into your mouthpiece.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Don't move away from the mouthpiece, please. Go on.
All right. So my community name is Oko in Kana local government. That community is a significant community in Kana local government. At least we've gotten up to 4 local government chairmen, or let me say 2 caretakers, elected local government chairmen, and 1 palm sec and commissioner with 1 permanent secretary to River State government during the time of Amechi, Honorable George Feyi. I dwell for that man. He's a great man. Do you know that community is in disarray? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Go on, please.
Yes. Opoko is in disarray. Not that they are fighting. War is not taking place in that community. What is happening in that community is a matter of where 2 gangs, gangsterism, 2 gangs, they are fighting, and I don't know what is the problem. that as a result of that, a paramount ruler has been dethroned, chased away from the community, and as it stands now, that community, there is nothing like a paramount ruler. We don't have a paramount ruler. I'm calling on Honorable.
Okay, what happened that the paramount ruler was chased?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Say what?
What happened? Who chased the paramount ruler?
What happened was that I don't know. Our community was so peaceful years back. All of a sudden, we woke up one day and discovered that Jansarism has erupted our community. And I noticed that during the tenure of Honorable Latte Lolu, that was when that community went in disarray. So what I'm saying is that I discovered that one Bright Winyode is the CSO of the community for now. Please, Bright Winyode, you know how that community works. Used to be in those days. We used to sleep and keep our doors open. Please, as it stands now, you are the CSO of that community. Please, can you just calm down, whatever grievances that is taking place, can you just calm down and see how we can put things together and call all members of that community, both those who cannot access the community,
all right,
to come back and we are one now. We are one. Opoko is one. We don't have two Opoko. So please, whatever grievances, please, you people should calm down. Calm down. You're my younger brother. Calm down and let's see how we can put Opoko together. So those who have got
all right then.
Like
all right then. Because you are mentioned name calling out people now. Can't trust what next you want to say, right? I asked you what happened to the traditional ruler. Maybe you could have said that without mentioning names. Well then, thank you so much for calling. Can we further more calls? Yes. 0810-9510-951. That is the number you can call and share your eyewitness reports. Then you can send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339 962. Right? Text or WhatsApp message to that one. Even the voice recording works. All right, the voice recording, we can absolutely take that. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 9339962. Text or WhatsApp message or a voice recording. Then you can send call rather 0810 9510 951. 9 minutes to the top of the hour before security and you, so maybe we can do 2 calls if any comes through for your eyewitness report, and then we hang on a little for Ukechi Smith Dibian. That's 8, a few minutes past 8. We'll do that to 8:45, where we'll take the sports program until 9 o'clock and Runa comes. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Queen, good evening.
Good evening. Welcome.
Thank you. This is Chinedu calling from Ikbengo.
Chinedu, welcome.
Thank you. Please, I want to ask whether the local government chairman, because the other day I heard him that he sent grader to Ikurengo, Chukuta, Tumebule Road that lasted for 1 month and
okay.
But I want to break him. Let him send one of his SOs to come to this Ikurengo road now to see how this road is. It's unpassable. I'm telling you.
Really sad.
You cannot enter this road now. Everywhere, poto. I mean, vehicles cannot pass. Okada people scatter everywhere, enter compounds before you can get to where
what I was saying is that I called on Bright Minyodi. He is the CSO as it stands now. From what I heard, he is the CSO of that community, Opoko in particular. Yes. Please, let's not put Opoko in this array. Let Opoko not be laughing.
All right. You mentioned his name already, and you said what you said, right? All right. Thank you. You mentioned his name, the CSO, and you said what you said, and we heard you. The plea for the community. Welcome. What's your eyewitness report?
Yeah, thank you, Queen Chima.
Yes. Good evening.
Yeah, my name is Chigozie. I'm calling you from Ebere, Mama.
Chigozie, welcome.
Thank you, Queen. I'm calling in the respect of Oma Okewo Road.
Okay.
Last week, I went to visit a friend there. That road is eyesore. There's no how you can pass through the road. There's no how you can pass the road. So I'm calling on the state governor and the local government chairman to look into the road. To Umeke, the road that you need to Umeke, from Umap to Umeke. So that's my take this evening. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you so much for your calls and your messages. All right, and we'll just get on to 8 o'clock for security, and you guests will be joining virtually now, not coming to the studio. He'll be joining virtually, and we'll be talking something important for security. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
Security and You is every Thursday on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, 8 p.m. to 9. And it's exactly 2 minutes past 8, today being Thursday, June 18, 2026. My name is Queen Chima. They say security is everyone's business, so it means in the everyone, there is a role that you have to play. You being the government, you being the people, you being... Yes, the government and the people, right? Those two. So it means that that role, you find out what concerns or affects security, or what are those things that you need to know about, or we need to know about, or to find out on this show, Security and You, live on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. So today we're going to be looking at the diffusion innovation theory of crime. If you've been following this show in recent weeks, we've been talking theories of crime. And so this week we'll look at diffusion innovation theory of crime. It means something to crime. What does it mean, and what's its impact on security? I'm joined virtually by Ukechi Smith Dibia. Thank you so much, sir, for coming on the show. Thank you. Good evening. I don't know if you can hear me. Ukechi Smith Dibia, can you hear me? Good evening.
I can hear you.
Okay. Good evening, sir. Hope you've had a great day.
Yeah, thank God for today. How are you, Queen?
I'm fine. Thank God. So,
okay, good evening once again, our listeners.
All right, welcome. Diffusion innovation theory of crime. That sounds like a lot. What does it mean?
Okay, Queen. Recently we've been talking about theory of crime, like how you introduced it.
Yes.
I try to come up with this theory so as to lay a good foundation of how we got to where we are and why we're still in where we are.
Okay.
Yeah, it is not like there is no solution for what had ravaged us in recent times. But the truth remains that we are just where we are because we either have refused to adopt some changes or are slow to adopt those changes. Now, I will look at diffusion of innovation theory of crime and how we relate this to the insecurity that has been ravaging us. I've said that, of course, it's established that we are battling terrorism, kidnapping, banditry. These are things we are battling, and still sometimes I think we have lost count of the people that are in captivity, because it's like when it happens, we pay attention, and if it happens on another side, we also rush to that side. In fact, it seems we are just reactionary in this whole thing. So that is actually established in our country. But one of the critical questions that remains that I keep asking is, why are many advanced security technologies available globally, yet their adoption remains low in many parts of Nigeria? We have lots of security technologies that are there. But before I go there, let me just explain what diffusion innovation theory is all about. This theory explains how new ideas, technologies, and innovations spread through a population over time. Now, this theory is a consequential theory. It answers an understood through the diffusion innovation theory, a framework that explains how new ideas, technology, and innovations spread within society and institutions. I said it's a consequential theory. What I mean is that diffusion innovation theory is telling us that why are you still where you are when you have technologies that can help move you further.
Okay.
It talks about the earlier you adopt this theory, the better for you. When you also don't adopt this theory, there is also a consequences. So the consequences for adopting the theory and for not adopting the theory. So whichever one you choose, there is a consequences. This theory provides valuable insight into how Nigeria can accelerate the adoption of modern security technologies and significantly reduce insecurity.
Okay.
Yeah, the fusion innovation theory, I have said it explains how ideas technology can actually solve the crime situation in Nigeria. But one question remains: why are many advanced security technology available globally, yet the adoption remains slow in the parts of the country? The answer can be understood through this theory. Now, let me just tell you that the theory seeks to answer 5 critical questions so that we lay foundation of what this theory can do. What is the innovation? Like now we have security challenges at hand. We ask, what is the innovation? The people that the children that are kidnapped in Edo State, is there any innovative technology that we could use to see that these children are rescued? That's the one question. That's the 5 questions this seek to answer. What is the technology that can be used in any security challenges? Who adopts the technology? Now, if we identify that with the security challenges we have at hand, 1,001 persons that are in the captives of the adopters or hands of the adopters, we have been able to identify the technology, the innovation that we could use. The second question is, who should adopt it? Is it the security agencies? Is it the government? Is it the community leaders and all that? And the third question is, why do that innovation be adopted? Why should it be adopted? Has it solved the problem in another country? If yes, we should adopt it. How has it worked in another country? Those are the questions it stands to answer. And the next thing is, how quick can this innovation be adopted? Now, having identified this, you now ask, how quick can it be adopted? Because if you adopt as quick as you adopt, the better result you get. And the last one is, what factor influences this adoption? You see, these are the key 5 questions that these innovations is answering. Why I'm trying to bring these theories is for us to know that indeed there are actually innovations, technologies that can help us. In security management, innovations includes listing artificial intelligence, DNA forensic technology, CCTV surveillance, facial recognition system, drones, smart policing, digital intelligence gathering, cyber security system, geographical information and system, and all that. That biometric identification, all are what we see in security management as innovation.
Okay.
Now, Queen, let me bring it down. Do you know that artificial intelligence can actually help us to identify and track some of these insurgency, their members. Queen, let me tell you, I have been opportunity to work in a forensic lab for few months during one or two of my program outside this country. I tell you that crime unraveled in a fairly used phone market or technology market using what we call DNA forensic technology. If a phone is stolen and they bring it to a gadget market, fairly used gadget market, before the people in fairly used gadget market will buy, they will subject it to a DNA forensic technology analysis.
Okay.
Now, near coming to sell a fairly used phone, which ordinarily is expected or assumed to be yours, there is a particular department inside that market that is known as DNA forensic technology department. They will take that phone to that department and they will take a sample. And when they take a sample of that phone, they will be able to know 3 last users of that phone. So, if you say that you are the owner of this phone, there are places, if actually is your phone, Queen, just like your phone you have there. There is no aspect of this your phone that you've not touched.
Yes.
You have touched every aspect of this phone. In fact, to the extent that you've touched your screen, camera's lenses, sometimes you clean them, you wipe them. It's your phone now. Sometimes you've touched your charging ports. You try to wipe them, clean them, and this is your phone. So you've touched every part of this your phone. Queen, if this your phone is given to another person and is in custody of this your phone for about 2 weeks, Queen, there are places he may not have touched. So if forensic, I'm telling you how we can identify these things and get these people arrested. If forensic analysis are carried out on that particular phone, we will trace that the first user of this phone is Queen, because your sample will come up, the second user sample will come out, and the third user, which is the person that brought it, will come out. And by
All right, it's Security and You on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People, and we have been discussing with Ukechi Smith Dibia, looking at diffusion innovation theory of crime. He had earlier stated that this theory encourages the use of innovation to fight crime, and not just encouraging it, but the spread and the adequate use of this technology. To try reconnecting to our guest again, he's joined us virtually, and then you're looking at some of this technology that can be deployed, being a mix of ICT and artificial intelligence. All right, welcome, Mr. Smith. I think it was a network challenge. Yeah.
Sorry for that breakdown.
All right. So
I would say,
go on, please. Yeah, go on, please.
Yeah, I was saying that is actually how it can be used to know the first user of that phone and the second user, and then probably the person that brought it for market or sell. Then in that case, you place it on the identification, the DNA identification, and it will match whomever that owns that particular phone. Then in that case, you can call.
Okay.
Because the information of these persons are there. Now you can call and ask.
Yes, if the person was the last, to confirm ownership. Are you there, Mr. Smith? Are you there? All right. We'll try reconnecting to our guest again. One question that we should ask this evening is where Nigeria is in the diffusion of this theory, where Nigeria is in this diffusion in innovation theory. We've had a couple of innovative systems or innovative situations where we heard that the military utilizes drones and remote controlled aircraft. We heard that. We also heard satellite imagery and geospatial analysis. We've also seen, our guest did talk about cyber intelligence and biometrics, which you've seen with our NIN, our SIM cards. But we'll find out from him. Can you hear me, Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. I hope the network lets us talk this evening.
It will. Sorry, maybe next week I'll try and be around. I was thinking I'll be around today. So I was talking about now we can confirm ownership.
Okay.
Because
of
this
the
had
phone.
actually been matched to the central database.
Okay.
And it will identify that Queen was the owner or is the owner of that first phone.
Mm-hmm.
And we can confirm. Queen will now tell us that, yes, I sold this phone to Mr. Smith. And if the person selling it is not Mr. Smith, then another question is, who is Mr. Smith? From there, you know phones that are stolen that are tied to crime.
And automatically, people stealing phones just reduces, because why bother stealing phones when you'll be caught?
Exactly what it is. Now, if you go to Garrison, I'm just using this phone market in Garrison. You have lots of fairly used phones.
Yeah.
And most times you just see somebody that will walk in and say he wants to sell his phone, and people will just buy.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you are tracked, and the phone you bought is attached to crime and all of that. And you just find yourself in a place where you're not supposed to be.
Yeah.
I'm trying to talk about diffusion innovation theory. Why are we not adopting this theory 100%?
Yes.
What is the challenge that up till now our central database are not perfectly working? When I mean perfectly working, I was telling you last week that in telecommunications, we have three important factors, which is what we call the access point, the repeater, and the bridge. These are the terms. They are devices. We call them radios. Now, Queen, like as I'm talking to you now, I have initiated this call, and where I am is considered to be my access point. So, Queen, this phone or this conversation will not be possible if it's not connected to a mass nearest to me.
Yes.
Are you getting it?
Yes.
Yeah, and this conversation, by connecting to that mass, has an IP address tied to it. You are with the help of what we call repeater, because that particular repeater that is installed in where my access point is the one that is transmitting to another mass, to another mass, to another mass, to another mass, and it gets to where Queen is, and there is what we call a bridge that brings it down to Queen for Queen to be able to establish this conversation. So if the ISPs cannot identify
this access point where I'm talking to you from, where I have initiated this call, and cannot identify the bridge where you are receiving this call, then there is a problem.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, because we've had cases. I mean, we saw videos where said terrorists were giving money online. Is there no possibility of tracing?
That is why we are talking of the future innovation theory. What it just establishes is that there is a slow in adoption of technology.
So why is that? If you were to rate the country, let's say that you are I want to add an examiner, right, after your name being after what you do, rather, a crime and security expert, and then you were supposed to examine the country. I mean, what would the rate be? What would our grade be, rather?
Technologically?
Yes, adopting this.
Yes. I actually made a draft then when I was trying to look at this, and we are within the range of 7.5, not even up to 10%.
7.5?
Yes.
Is that not a lot? And why is that?
When I mean at the ratio of 1 to 100.
Oh, good. I was thinking it was 10. 1 to 100. 7.5.
Yes.
That's total failure.
Yes, if we call it failure, yes. And now that is why I am looking at it, bringing up this theory so that we can actually look at it.
Okay.
Queen, let me tell you that a country like our country, I think the last time we did census was like 2006. I think 2006.
Yeah, I think so too. 5, 6.
Queen, today we're still taking the population of our country either on Google or on ChatGPT on estimated basis. Queen, go to research lab and students to carry out research. You will see that if you see 10 project work, you will see, based on the population of the study, if they are studying Nigeria, you will see 2.1 million, 200 and something million, 180 million, 270 million. Queen, that is to tell you how slow we are adopting this technology. You see, it's just that sometimes I begin to look at this why are we here? Because if we have a central database and the forensic systems are working, you see, I most times I applaud the security agencies sincerely, because how hard they are working. If they are supported with this system the way they are supposed to be supported, I can tell you they will produce. See, our men have gone outside this country and have defeated terrorism and other violent war outside this country. Why is it that we come back here? It looks like our men are not doing much, because there are so many things you do mechanically. Now let me tell you where we are. Outside, go to Malaysia. As you drive along the road, you'll see signs that are stating maybe 40 kilometer per hour, 25. These all roads have their speed limit that you drive, and some roads are tagged not horning, don't blow horn, silent, and all these things. They are there. Now, if you are running in a road that is tagged for 30 kilometers per hour and you run more than 30, When you are not seeing any police officer there, you're not seeing any security agent there. But at the time you're coming out from the checkpoint, a security agent will stop you and greet you well, not anything. Greet you well and will show you a picture that you ran, a picture of your dashboard, and you are seeing that you have run more than 30 kilometers per hour. So you've defaulted. And you will now begin to imagine, how did they even know? Because nobody was there with you. Nobody stopped you. This is just you alone driving. But you defaulted at the time. That's how far these guys have gone in adopting technology. Now let's talk about surveillance system, because we cannot exhaust the forensic. Now, some of these bandits, we are seeing them on a picture, video. In fact, bandits can not make a video and put on social media without an internet connection. And that internet connection from where you are has established an access point. So I think that we need to begin to think of how to be intentional in solving our problem. Now, that is in the area of insecurity. But do you also know that in protecting our oil infrastructures, we have good technology to do that? I can rate it in a ratio of 1 to 100. I can even rate it 60. Yes, we have drones that are securing our oil infrastructure. It is not the forest guard that are securing our oil infrastructure. Green, do you know that if we have a proper forensic analysis center or laboratory center, that all the database are there, everybody, that just like what we did in NIN, and yet somebody could still call you and request for ransom, and ransom will still be given and we still cannot get. When somebody will call and we find it difficult to even track the person. When you imagine a situation where phones are stolen, you just walk into a place and you submit your paper, any of the stations, and they just track the phone free of charge, and they arrest the person. And by doing And some of our security agencies had also declared that there were arms and ammunition that cannot be accounted for, which auditors are working on. And I just, to an extent, laughed. Because we have what we call ballistic laboratory. There is a ballistic technology. Queen, imagine a situation where all the arms and ammunitions pass through ballistic analysis, whereby arms and ammunition 1 is tied to security agency 1 department, arms and ammunition 2 tied to the security agency 2 department, and so on and so forth. Do you know that when a bandit is arrested, like there was military people are doing now and the security agencies, when any of these criminals are arrested and arms and ammunition are recovered, it will not just be that we are recovering arms and ammunition. We will just take it back to the ballistic examination, and we will know the department of the security agencies that arms are coming from.
So what is the challenge exactly? Is it the willpower, as we'll always say? Because I know of a group of young men who founded a company here in Nigeria, Nigerians, producing drones for civilians, and got funding for I think millions of dollars, right?
Yeah.
What is the challenge exactly? Because we have seen over time increased funding for security, for defense, right? So why are we not getting it rightly? You did mention, I know you talked about biometrics as one of those, and somehow you mentioned our name and how it's not even suitable to trace any form of crime. I mean, to excellently, maybe to some point. So what are the loopholes, and why are those loopholes happening? Is it that we don't have the competence, we don't have the manpower, we don't have the brains, we don't have the people, or we do not have the resources?
Queen, it depends on our area of interest.
Or because some people may think that, the issue of security is man-made, is intentional. Insecurity is an intentional act. Are you there,
Queen,
Mr. Smith? Yes.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm saying that it depends on our area of interest. Why I say it depends on our area of interest is this. Before this program, I was listening to you, and somebody was calling and talking about flood. Queen, this year we will have emergency relief for flood victims. Next year we'll have emergency relief for flood victims.
We've been doing that for years.
In the next 20, in fact, Queen, from the time I started knowing what is flood till today, we have been having emergency flood relief. And the solution is it that we cannot provide solution to this? It is because of the area of interest.
Okay.
Queen, these people have decided to focus on the area that will, to an extent, profit them. Tell me why every arms and ammunition will not be tied to ballistic investigation, whereby if a criminal, an armed robber is arrested today anywhere in the country, it will be taken to the ballistic investigation laboratory, and we will know how that arms and ammunition got to him. And if it is traced to the security agency A, we go there and look for the person that it was assigned to and the department it was assigned to. By that, when you will trace the last person that particular arms and ammunition was assigned to. And in that, you are getting crime from the root. And once people know that crime is being investigated to the root, crime will reduce drastically. There is something we call situational crime prevention theory. It talks about crime seeing opportunity. It talks about there are good opportunity for crime to strive. Let me tell you that why we are slow in adopting this efficient innovation theory is because sometimes the insecurity is benefiting some people.
Okay.
That is why those persons will be the last group of people that will make it work.
So
talked about.
So people saying that it's man-made. Some people say it's man-made. It could be true or is true.
No, but it is.
Okay.
It is, because in a situation where our military personnel will equip themselves very well, have some intelligence-led gathering information and all that, and wants to go for a covert operation, before you know, they will be ambushed. Who was the one that leaked the information? Somebody must have done that. That's why. How many times have you heard that we ambushed the bandit and all that? It's not like our people are not doing good. Our people are heavily working. Our military people, security personnel are working. If they can be supported and intentionally get this technology deployed, I can tell you that these things will work. Wait, let me tell you, go to United Kingdom. When you are driving, they don't ask you for your particulars. They don't ask you for come down, bring your paper, wear your license and all that. Wait, there is what we call vehicle license, like in our own side, that is usually in paper form, is pasted in front of the windscreen of a car. You can post it there. As you drive past, those people, even if they want to check, they will just use something and flash that thing. It's just a scan. Once they scan it, your driver's license will show. Everything will show. And that's how they know if you are the real owner of the car or you're not. So I think that these things are man-made because we have technologies that are there already. You talked about those guys. Is it the terror industry, right?
Yes.
These guys are there. These guys just came out in 2023.
Yes.
And today, they are almost one of the largest security supporting gadgets in Africa. And they have good funders. And they are in Abuja. They are here. So what are we talking about? Why I'm telling you that we choose the area we will work and leave some areas. In our oil infrastructure, we have that.
Okay.
It is a technology that dictates pressure and vibration and cut along the line of the pipe where our infrastructure, the pipes has passed. So if there is a vibration there, it sends a signal. And there is a collaboration of the community and the local security and all the security collaborations, all guarding our oil infrastructure. Why can't we adopt that system to guide the forest? Since 2010-11, I've been hearing about Sambisa Forest. Last week, I saw a video of our military men disarming and burning and bringing down some hideout of those people in Sambisa Forest. Kudos to them. But if the government wants to really help, I think that by now, even if we are grading Sambisa Forest once a year, by now we probably would have finished grading the whole of Sambisa Forest, and it could be used for military training.
Yeah, and it sounded like it was in Mars, not on Earth. All right, just to wrap up, Mr. Smith, what can be done? You already stated that, these things can be done. It's what technology has brought and it should be done. And it's not what it is. In a minute, please, as we wrap up.
The only thing that can be done is the willpower.
Okay.
Because these technologies we're not thinking about where to get them. They are available. It is the willpower. We should choose to fight security. And of course, I'm one person that says whenever you're fighting a thing, then you have already failed. But because to an extent we are failing, we should have a willpower. See, we just budgeted over how many billion for INEC. Let us budget it for security. Let us empower our security personnel. Let us empower our security agencies. Let us establish this technology in every divisional police headquarters. Queen, imagine a situation where your phone is stolen today. You just carry the pack and run to the nearest divisional police and say, yes, I want to track this. They track it for you without stress. And another person takes it to another side and they track you without stress. Another person takes somebody threatening your phone. You carry the phone number to this person. You say, yeah, this person threatened me. You register it and they get the person immediately. Don't you think that these things will stop?
Yes, it would. It is possible. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Smith.
It is the willpower.
The willpower. Next week, we could continue from here and even get to hear from our listener or even explore other theories of crime. Thank you so much for coming on the show and do have a great evening.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, then. That's been it. Security and You on Today 95.1 FM. Exploring the diffusion innovation theory of crime. We need to take this commercial now. I'm Queen Chima. Good evening.
Omar returns with yours truly, and of course, it's about the FIFA World Cup, the African teams, the Super Eagles, and so much more. My name is Godwin A. Nagna, Global Sports Update. Like I said, this is the concluding part of the conversation that I started with Omar Akatuba all the way from Germany yesterday. Omar, Sunday Olise, the former captain of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, a young man that played for Nigeria, did everything and gave everything that he had playing for this nation. One of the kind of leaders that we don't have anymore in the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He was quoted as saying that if Morocco had Ademola Lookman and Victor Osimhen, they would have beaten Brazil. Do you agree?
With due respect to the legend, I beg to differ, because I believe that having a strong team goes beyond just having quality players. Having quality players, just like I said in my first response, is very critical. However, you need to build a structure that will make these quality players to deliver at their very best. And that's what you see teams like France are doing. So Nigeria has Victor Osimhen. We have Ademola Lookman, but here we are watching the World Cup from home. So I don't think that Ademola Lookman or Victor Osimhen would have done better than the players Morocco paraded. With all due respect, those are top quality players, and they held their own against a team like Brazil. I agree with the fact that Osimhen would have brought, if Victor Osimhen would bring some sort of killer instinct, cutting edge to a team like Morocco. However, I think that team ethic trumps individual quality in teams like Morocco. And I think that what they've done so far is amazing. They don't need a Victor Osimhen or an Ademola Lookman to be better than they are right now. With all due respect to Sunday Olise, I think that Morocco has got a good team, and a draw against Brazil doesn't say that they lack quality individuals. I think that that's a fair result, because Brazil, with quality players like Vinicius Junior, Rafinha, and the likes, is also a top-level team.
Now let's talk about the African nation at this World Cup that has impressed you the most and you think can go all the way outside of Morocco.
Ivory Coast, certainly. I was very hopeful of this team. I haven't seen them at the AFCON. They were very exciting to watch. I was disappointed that they lost to Egypt, but these things happen in football. And I like how they started the tournament. A win against Ecuador is massive because Ecuador are a strong team, very compact. Ecuador conceded only 5 goals in the qualifiers. In South America, in 15 games, they conceded only 5 goals. And here they are losing to Ivory Coast in that very interesting game. I think that Ivory Coast will go all the way. With a win against Ecuador, they set themselves up for a qualification for the second round already. A draw against Germany, they will be home and dry. And I think that they can even fancy their chances against Germany, who themselves have struggled in the last couple of months or years, I beg your pardon. And I think that they stand a very good chance. I would be very excited to see them go all the way to at least the quarterfinal maybe. And why not? Semi-final. They look very good. They look very good. And Senegal, I think, still can go all the way, despite the loss against France. France are world champions, 2-time finalists back-to-back, and clear pre-tournament favorites. So no disrespect to Senegal. They've lost to France. It's not a shame. I think that they will come back and still go all the way. So Ivory Coast, Senegal, for me, are 2 teams I think can go all the way.
What would you say is uniquely different about this World Cup? I mean, in all ramifications, from the football on the pitch, from officiating to coaching to techniques, everything about this World Cup. What is different? What is uniquely, I like to use that word, uniquely different from what we've seen in the last couple of World Cups?
I think that what stands out most about this World Cup is how competitive it has become across board. In previous tournaments, there were often a clear gap between the traditional football powers and the smaller nations. I mean, look at how Senegal held their own against France for the first 45 minutes. Even though France won, you could tell that Senegal, put up a decent performance. We saw Australia beat Turkey. Australia normally would not have a chance against a team like Turkey, but they beat Turkey by 2-0. Saudi Arabia, Uruguay, 1-0 ended. Uruguay are 2 times world champions. Saudi Arabia was able to hold them to a 1-0 draw. This time, that gap feels much, much smaller. Like I said, teams from every continent are tactically organized, physically prepared, and capable of causing problems for the bigger teams. I also think that coaching has become more influential than ever. Success, again, like I've always said, isn't just about having superstar players. It's about systems, preparations, and in-game adjustment. And we've seen that happen, in this tournament. And that is where I think that coaching has been very high level in this tournament. I think that overall tactical level in this tournament has been extremely high. And in terms of officiating, I would say that technology has made decisions more accurate. Even if it takes away a bit of the spontaneity and emotion of the game. But overall, I think that the tournament has become a bit better and it feels more professional and more balanced than many previous World Cups. If I had to summarize it in one sentence, I would say that the World Cup reflects how global football has become. The quality is no longer concentrated in just a handful of countries. I think that it's spread across the entire tournament, and that's something that is beautiful to see. The World Cup should be a tournament where even the smaller teams can be able to put up a decent fight. And we've seen that happen so far in this tournament, even though the big boys are still racking up the victories. But the traditional small teams are showing that the gap is no longer as big as it used to be.
Omar, let me take you back to what you said about Morocco. You said for every player on the side of the Moroccan national team at this World Cup, they were all born abroad. So are we saying that you don't have talent back home in Morocco? You talked about structure. What structure? What do you mean by that? They are not developing. We say Nigeria has got talent, that the league is producing players. It's just that the handlers of the national teams are not looking inward as it were. Even though my position has always been, it doesn't matter where you play. As long as you're a Nigerian, you are qualified, eminently qualified to play for the national teams of Nigeria. So I go back to Morocco. If all the players right there at the World Cup were born abroad, what structure are you talking about? What do you mean? Please, I need some education from you, Omar.
That's a very, very, I would say, interesting and tricky question, but I'll try to make sense of my response. I mean, the structure I'm talking about here isn't about where the players are born. It's about how they are organized. Morocco's structure is exactly what allows them to take players from different countries and turn them into a disciplined, cohesive team. In fact, successfully integrating diaspora players in itself is a proof of a strong structure. Now, this is how I look at it, because bottom line, if anything, having many foreign-born players raises the difficulty, and Morocco making it work is evidence of even stronger structure, not weaker, because they've been able to put in an administrative setup that strategically scout their best players all over the world, get them to play for Morocco, help them to switch allegiances quickly, smoothly, and integrate them into the setup, and having them to play like they've been part of the team for a long period of time is the structure I'm talking about. The setup behind that team that is working like a well-oiled machine is the structure I'm talking about. And let me also add, using Nigeria as an example, Nigeria also gets a lot of players from the diaspora like Morocco, but you hear all the stories from the players a lot of the times with all the issues with logistic and all of that. We never hear a Moroccan complain about the difference in what they experience in Europe and what they experience when they go play for Morocco. It's almost the same. You were at the AFCON, I was at the AFCON. We saw the quality of facility that Morocco has. And those are the type of things that the players born in Europe experience when they go back to Morocco, and it feels like they are still in Europe. This is not the same for Nigeria, and that is the structure I'm talking about, sir.
Omar, before I let you go, let's look at Cape Verde and Spain. You love Spanish football. You're a fan of Barcelona Football Club. What happened to the Spanish national team against Cape Verde?
I think that what happened to Spain is that thing that happens to them at every World Cup opening game. You remember in South Africa, that's how they lost their first game to Switzerland, and then they came back to win the tournament. I think that even in Korea, in Japan, in Qatar 2022, I think that they also didn't win their first game. There's something about Spain. They seem to warm up slowly into tournaments because of their approach. They play what I call sexy, romantic football. They're not aggressive. They touch, caress before they kill. Like the European men as usual. And that's what they thought they would do to Cape Verde, believing that as time goes on in the game, they will find that penetration. But Vozia was not willing to let them have a field day. So I think that it was a shock for them. And that's how football is. When you play against weaker oppositions, you take your time believing that, at some point in the game, you get a goal, and then you get two goals, and you get 3 goals. But Cape Verde weren't ready to allow Spain do that, because they kept a low block, defended with the last drop of their blood. Vozia made a lot of saves, and then Spain became quite desperate. But it was too late. They brought in Lamine Yamal, brought in everyone, but it was too little, too late. I think that's what happened to Spain. They were stunned. They didn't expect it. And the moment, as time continued to tick, they became more frustrated. And the moment frustration sets in, it's difficult to find the right frame of mind, the balance to be able to kill off the opponent.
Omar, I want to say thank you so very much for being part of a good look at the FIFA World Cup with all the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Reality dawned on us when it all started that it is true that Nigeria will not be at this World Cup. Are you missing Nigeria at the World Cup, Omar, before we go?
Thank you for having me. I've had a great time on this show. I do miss Nigeria, because Nigeria comes with some... And the football that we play, we've seen Nigeria play 2 international friendlies against Portugal and Poland. Nigeria played well. And we started to say, we wish we qualified for the World Cup. With all due respect, Nigeria will do better than South Africa. Nigeria will do better than DR Congo. Nigeria will do better than Algeria, in my opinion. Maybe not Egypt, maybe not Senegal, maybe not Ivory Coast, maybe not Morocco, but better than a few of these African countries, and a few of the countries also from different parts of the world. Because with the quality of players we've got, I think that we should be playing at the World Cup, not friendly games and all of that. It's a shame. I feel emotional talking about this, because as the World Cup progresses, you feel more angry that Nigeria failed to go to the World Cup. It's sad. It's even dawning on everyone now how terrible it is that we made a mess of what looks like an easy World Cup qualifying group. I do miss Nigeria, and I'm sure a lot of people do as well.
He summed it up so nicely on Mavwa Akaduba. He's been here since yesterday. Together we'll be talking about the FIFA World Cup going on as we speak without the Super Eagles of Nigeria. That's about the size of the show. Thank you so much, Mavwa Akaduba. Thank you for listening. We'll do this again tomorrow. Don't forget to keep praying for Nigeria as we continue to watch the FIFA World Cup. My name is Godwin Enaknet. God bless Nigeria.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Nwaanyị dị mana nwere nwaanyị ka ibe ya enyerebe eje ọrụ ofe anya ji isi ụgwọ nwa ọma eji eje mba ọ dị be eze nwa m ede m ụkọ anya foro onugbaje bọs na abịrịba nwa na-ekene m ga-ekene m ga-ekene m ga-ekene m go ọ ya dị
Niger flavor.
You're my melody.
Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music. This is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies. Here.
Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
After, or even a year after, or even years after, or it may never even come back to you. It may just come back to your children. It may come back to your loved ones. It may come back to the things that you cherish the most. It may just come back to the people that you don't want anything to come close to. So that's why it's important to just, as much as you can, as much as it is within your power, do good. It will not cost you anything to be good, to be kind, to be nice. Just be a good person. I beg. Nigeria is already hard enough. Don't add to people's problems. If you can't solve it, don't add to it. Just leave them alone. If you can't help, don't add to the problem. Just let it be. Welcome to the Thrill on Today 95.1 FM. My name is Rona Agbara. I will have another conversation tonight, and of course, you have time to join in on the conversation. There's been, I'm sure that we're well aware of the video of the 10-year-old boy who was physically abused by a guardian he was living with. And, you know, that issue escalated. It just got a lot of comments and reactions and opinions on the matter. People giving their 2 cents, 3 cents, 10 cents, as the case may be, on that matter. And I decided to bring it on here because it has caught the attention of the wife of the Anambra State governor. And then she's now calling that, residents of Anambra State, that if you see any case of child molestation and child abuse, physical abuse, or any other form of abuse, report it promptly, report it urgently. Let the people who should know about it. Don't keep quiet. Don't be silent. I saw a video of that child, and I just wonder, like, such an inhuman thing to do to another human being, and you have children. And then it just made me think, how many adults grew up abused physically? There are a lot of people who didn't grow up with their parents. Yes, there are a lot of adults today who grew up with an uncle, an auntie, grandparents, or even a family friend, or a neighbor, or someone who just, is close to the family. They just send you there to go live with them, and you grow up there. So there's a lot of adults who have actually experienced physical abuse growing up. But thankfully, they got to a point where they could now fend for themselves, so they left, and they started life on their own. But if you speak to a lot of adults, there are some of them who tell you, oh, while I was growing up, I grew up with a relative, or I grew up with a family friend, or I didn't grow up with my parents. If you see what I experienced, it's really sad. Some of them, they move past it because they are now in a better space and a better place, so it's just like, stories and memories. It's no longer their reality. But there are still children who are living this as their current reality. There's one thing there's the idea that people always say that no one can actually take care of your child like you, the parent, can. No matter how good, no matter how nice that guardian is, that relative is. Now, I'm not saying that there are not people who take care of other people's children well. Yes, there are people who take care of other people's children. Oh, this is my sister's child. This is my brother's child. I'm a family friend. This person is living with me. There are people who really take care of you like their own. Take care of the children under their care like their own. But the majority, most of the cases that we see of people living with someone else, they have very weird stories to tell. You see a little child living with a guardian or someone, and you see that the child is looking starved, malnourished. Some of them are not even properly clothed. Some of them don't eat, good meals. Some of them, the children of the house would eat, and then the leftovers is what some of these children will have to, just eat for dinner or whatever. Some of them, they have to do a lot of manual labor in the house, more than their age even. You see a 5-year-old or 7-year-old, they're packing plenty clothes for you to wash. Oh, because you're living with someone, you have to do the chores. Some of them, they experience a lot of physical abuse, beatings, verbal abuse, even insults, punishment. So it's really somehow, because I feel some type of way about some of the things that these people, or people who have children living with them that are not their biological children, some of the things that they do, it's really crazy and really weird. If you cannot take care of someone's child, don't take the child in. If you can't take care of someone's child, whether a toddler, an adolescent, a teenager, or whatever, or even an adult, if you cannot accommodate somebody, if you cannot take care of them, just let the people know. The people who brought them to you, tell them, I don't have the ability and capacity to do this. Then taking the child in and maltreating that child very brutally, maltreating the child, physical abuse, and it's just a lot of things. Now, I brought that on here because even till date, this one really caught the attention of many people, and now the wife of the governor has decided that, I'm making a call now that residents of Anambra State, if you hear or you see any child abuse, you should report it urgently. But there are still people in other states and every other place who have children living with them that they are maltreating terribly. Terribly. In secondary school then, you know how that maybe the family, they have more mouths than they can feed. You have 5 children and you cannot take care of them, so you send one to your uncle or your brother, you send another one to your sister, you just scatter the children around, or you send to a family friend, please let my child stay with you or live with you. You cannot really tell how the experience these children have. You can't tell the experiences that they have, and some of them don't have the courage to speak out, to tell their parents what they are faced with or what they're experiencing. I had a friend in secondary school. This is even secondary school now, not even primary school. At this, we're teenagers, early teenagers. But when this girl will come to school, she doesn't eat to school. This is not even story. She doesn't eat to school. Sometimes the food flags I will take to school, that is not even enough for me, we'll have to share during break because she's starved. When we are told to pay something in school, maybe pay for lecture fee or something or practical, she doesn't always ever have money to pay for it because she was living with her auntie. Now, this is not even a family friend, her auntie. But the auntie had other children in school, and they were doing better. They were doing well. Her school uniforms are always dirty, torn, worn out, never ironed. She doesn't ever have money to buy snacks or anything. She doesn't bring food to school. She doesn't eat. She's just looking. If you see her, you know that this person is not living with her mom and her dad or her family. And funny enough, she was living with her auntie. But, the experience was just very terrible. Up until we finished secondary school, then I think at that point she was thinking of running away. She wanted to run away from the house, go back to the village and all of that. I didn't really follow up to know what happened. But when we're done with our exams, everyone just, parted ways and we didn't get to see again. But this is how terrible some of the experiences people who do not live with their parents face. It's really bad. Now, I want to know your opinion on what I really want to know, or what I really want to hear from you is, what do you think about this idea of sending children out to family members, relatives, or guardians for a better future? Because of course, the intention is okay, I don't have the ability to give you a better life, or I cannot really take care of you or train you in school. So I have someone who can. My sister can train you in school, so you can go live with them. Oh, my brother is well to do, he can train you in school. Oh, this family friend can take care of you, so carry your bags and send your child to go live with them. I'm not saying that, oh, you don't have the right to decide what you want for your child, but I just want to know your opinion on what you your opinion on sending children to go live with relatives and guardians and family friends and people in search of a better life or for a better future, because that was the intention of the parent of this 10-year-old who was living with this guardian, for a better future. But little did they know that the better future they wanted for their child, the child was accumulating a lot of traumas, because those are things that lives with that child forever. There's some adults that you speak to, and when they tell you how they grew up, when they tell you some of their experiences as a child, you will cry for them because they suffered. Oh, life now took a different turn, and they were able to get out of that, and they are now stable and living by themselves and taking care of themselves. But some of them have these traumas from childhood that still stays and it still sticks with them. And it's a terrible way, because you have some adults that are broken because of experiences they had growing up with a relative or a guardian or someone who was not really their parent or family. Let me read the news, right? How the Anambra State, the wife of the Anambra State governor says that this is a call for, if you see any child abuse going on, report it urgently, report it promptly. You are going to be saving a child, and in turn saving an adult, and in turn saving the society. Dr. Mrs. Noye Soludo, wife of Anambra State Governor Professor Chukuma Soludo, has urged residents of the state to promptly report cases of child abuse and other emergencies through the state's emergency lines. Mrs. Soludo made the appeal during a visit. Now, thank God that, this one was revealed, and they finally, took the child from the guardian. The 10-year-old Chizitere is in the hospital receiving treatment. I'm sure some of you must have seen the picture of how bruised and how what's the word? That boy was really bruised. You could see marks on his body, sores all over his body. Oh my goodness. And there's another picture too that going on, how a woman, she had 4 children. It was a picture, right? In the picture, the woman had 4 children and a girl. 3 boys, her daughter, and another girl. You could spot that one of the child in that picture is not her child. It was so obvious. How? The other children, they were wearing complete, this tracksuit, looking fine, dressed to match. They had, all of them were on shoes, beautiful shoes, and she was looking fine. There was one in the midst of the 5. She wasn't wearing any of the clothes that the others were wearing, because all of them had to match clothes, so you could tell that, okay, this is two-piece, they were all wearing 2-piece sets. This other one in the picture, she was wearing slippers. Others were wearing shoes. She was wearing a jean skirt and a shirt. From the picture, you could tell that there's just something odd about this one. And it was also obvious that, oh, this may not be the child of this woman. It's possible that this is just someone living with them, or maybe a help living with them. And even if it's you have a help, in your house, a house help, it still doesn't make it right to maltreat the person. Someone living with you as a house help or house boy or house girl, and the person is a teenager or an adolescent. The fact that the person is there as, helping, doesn't mean you should maltreat the person and treat the person bad. Just because you didn't birth the person, this is not my child, so this person is helping, cleaning the house, doesn't mean you should treat them very terribly, or you should not give them food, or when they do something, you punish them bitterly, or, you just abuse them, make them feel less of a human, because you are in the position to feed them and clothe them and house them. Because some of the things that we do, you are in this position today. You don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. You don't know if your child will be in need, and that person that lived with you or living with you will later be the person to help your child in the future. If you treat them very terribly, how do you think that they would have the heart to do good to your children or to help in future. Because some of these people, they tell you, if I finally leave this my auntie house, if I finally leave this house, then what I will do to her, or if anything she has any need or help, I will never ever ever help her or anybody from her. That's because of the treatment you've given such a person. Going on the news, right? Mrs. Soludo made the appeal during a visit to 10-year-old Cheesy Term, who is receiving treatment in the hospital after allegedly suffering severe abuse, including burns from melted plastic. How can somebody melt plastic and put it on someone's body, another human's body, melting it on someone's body, as what? As punishment? Or as what? Something you cannot do to your child. Why would you do it to someone else's? Why? Because it's not, he or she's not your child. So, but still a human. Including burns from plastic, starvation, torture, and other inhuman treatment while living with a woman in Odume Layout, Obosi, in the Dembele North local government area of the state. If not that this one came out on social media, who knows how much that boy would still have to suffer until maybe he would decide one day to run away from home, run away from the house because he can no longer bear it. I'm sure if he was a teenager, he would have run away. It's just 10 years old. If he was 18 or 17 or 15 or, he would have just said that I can't do this anymore. I can't keep bearing this. And he would just run away from the house. What would the story now be? That's why I said, if you cannot take care of someone's child, don't accommodate the person in the first place. Just let it be known to the parents bringing the child that, I can't take care of this child. I have my own children I'm taking care of. Oh, it's better that way than pretending that you can help and then the child comes to live with you and you start treating the child very badly. Expressing relief at the boy's improving condition, Mrs. Soludo said medical reports indicated that he is now stable and making encouraging progress. She commended the medical team, concerned citizens, all those who have shown support and compassion towards the child, assuring that his recovery will continue to be closely monitored to ensure that he receives care and protection that he deserves. Meanwhile, 3 persons, including the woman at the custody of Anambra State Police Command over the alleged abuse of the child, sources said that the principal suspect, identified as Ms. Chisom Chukuyeri, allegedly subjected the boy to repeated acts of abuse, including starvation, torture, and other forms of inhuman treatment. This idea of if a child does something wrong, you'd starve the child and not give the child food as a form of punishment, or I don't know. Who even started that thing? Who started it in the first place? What's the rationale behind it? Because I don't understand it. Now, confirming the incident, the Police Public Relations Officer, PRSP Tochukwu Ikenga, said the investigations showed serious physical abuse while living with the suspect at James Obina Street, Odume Layout, Isiowulu, off Maynard Junction, Obosi, in Ndemle North local government area. Kenga disclosed that the principal suspect allegedly confessed during interrogation and recounted how she used burning plastic to inflict injuries on the child. According to the police, the victim has been rescued by Mrs. Soludo and is receiving medical attention. So the wife of the governor rescued the child. The child is in the hospital receiving treatment, and they're monitoring the progress of that child. Of course, the child never has to go back there to live with that guardian anymore. Now, other forms of support under her care while investigators continue to gather evidence to facilitate the prosecution of the suspect. The police spokesperson added that accounts from residents suggested that the child was repeatedly assaulted, sometimes in the presence of the woman's husband. He was also reportedly tied up and confined behind the house, where the abuse allegedly continued over a prolonged period. So there were even people who witnessed it. So why didn't they speak out? Why didn't they report it? Someone is maltreating somebody so bad, so terribly, to the point where they put burning plastic on their body. Injuries and, beatings all over the child. And you, the neighbor, you don't think that you should report it. You don't think it's something that should concern you. That someone is doing this to somebody, another person's child. Shouldn't you be bothered? Or you just look and pass. It's not my child. No concern me. It's not my child. It doesn't concern me. This is not my help. It doesn't concern me. The parents expressed regret that the accused woman hails from the same community as their family, saying they never imagined such a betrayal could occur. Those are the issues. Oh, this is my village sister. This is my village brother. Oh, we're from the same village. Okay, my child can come and live with you, please. The fact that someone is from your village, does it mean that the person has the same heart and mind as you? Is that always the case? Oh, this is my town person, so your child can go live with them. Is that how it works? Even people that are related by blood, oh, uncle, this is my auntie, this is my uncle. Some of them still treat their family members.
Connect today's hustle all on one station. Only on Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people, where the streets speak and we amplify.
resources to take care of your child. What do you think about that idea? Because a lot of people do it. They have 5 children, they send 1 away or 2. Some of them, their children are scattered all over the place. They did not. You're depriving that child the feel of family, of what family looks like or feel or should feel like, because they don't have the chance to grow up with their siblings, with their parents. Some of them, because of circumstance, maybe the father is late, the mother can no longer take care of all the children. They send them to some people to live with so that they'll have a better life and a better future. But how many of them eventually get or receive that better life and future that you send them out for? Some of them, the experiences they have are so bad that they can't even open their mouth to speak. And even if some people tell their parents, and the parents don't even believe them, because of course an adult will not lie against you, so they take the word of the adult over the child. But I believe that hearing a child's side of the story is important. If not that this child had a lot of evidence on the body. I mean, you could see physical evidence. You could see marks of burns and cuts and beatings and everything. So there was no way the woman could have denied that all of those things, she wasn't the one inflicting it on the child. But there are some other people who live with people, and the kind of abuse they have is emotional and verbal abuse. They insult them, make them feel less of themselves, tell them words like, you're a failure, you will never amount to anything. All of these things are forms of abuse. It doesn't have to be they hit you before you consider it as an abuse. There's some people that the words they told them while they were growing up has affected their life even as an adult, that they just feel like they're not worth it. They're not, they don't deserve anything good. They will never be anything in life because of the experiences they had living with people. Do you think that it's actually the best idea, sending children to go live with relatives or family people, because you want them to get a better life that you think you cannot give to them? Or do you also think that, I mean, whatever you can afford, whatever you can do for your child, do it? Well, you brought the child to life, so it is your responsibility to provide everything that child needs to be a better person. Some people say if it's Gary that you have, you drink the Gary with your child inside the house than sending your child away thinking that they would have better life or a better future. Some people also say that whatever it is that you are, nobody can take care of a child better than you. No one can take care of a child more than you can. I want to know your opinion on that. 08109510951. That's the number to call to join in on the conversation. 08109510951. If you hear some of the stories that some people have said there, this is not even story, like real life story. Like, you know that this thing actually happened to the person or is happening to the person. You would cry for them. Some of the people you see, some of the children you see hawking, selling pure water, selling whatever it is they're selling. Some of them, they're not doing it because they want to. Some, not all, but some of them are living with people that they send them out to go make money. So someone sends a child to you to help take care of the child. If you cannot take care of the child, tell the person that you cannot take care of the person's child. Then accepting the child, taking the child in, and then when the parents go away, you tell the child, yeah, carry buckets, carry basin, carry this and I walk around the street and go and hawk. And the child is moving around. What if something happens to that child? It doesn't matter because that's not your child. It's really terrible. It's really bad. You see some children living with someone, they look so starved, so malnourished. You wonder, like, does this child eat at all? Does this child even have something to eat? Some of them are looking so hungry. 08109510951. What's your idea of sending a child to go live with somebody for a better life or a better future? Do you think it's better that you keep your child in, whatever it is that you can afford for the child, do the one that you can do, than sending the child away? Or do you think that, well, it's not really the fault of whoever sends their child out to go live with someone? It's probably the circumstance of life or the financial situation of the family. That's why they do that. It's not really a bad idea. Just make sure that you know who you're sending your child to. But how can you tell? Do you know the heart of man? You only know yours. You don't know the mind of someone else. It's whatever they tell you, you believe, or the expression they put up that you see. You don't know what will happen when you're no longer there. I saw a video where a lady was saying that when she was living with her auntie, was it auntie or uncle? I can't really recall, but one of the relatives, that she never tasted fruits in that house. It's funny, right? But it's real that she never tasted fruits in the house. And she said that her parents were farmers in the village. They cultivated pineapples, oranges, mangoes. They were fruit farmers in the village, that her parents would send fruits to the city for her uncle and his family. They were doing that because their child lives with them. So they were sending baskets of fruits whenever they harvest, send it to the city with the mind of, oh, our child is there, so let's at least support them with maybe a little food stuff, the ones that we can do. So they send fruit. She says that the period that she lived with her uncle and auntie, she never tasted fruit. She would only see to the eyes and see that, oh, her parents sent fruits down to the city for them. They would tell her to go and peel the pineapples and the oranges. She will peel it. She said she will give to the children of the uncle and auntie, but she would never taste from it. It was that bad that after eating, they would tell her to go drop the remainder in the fridge, but she would never eat from it. That if she ever tries to go take fruit, that they will beat her. The uncle and auntie will beat her so much. These are fruits that her parents sent to the city. She said it was until after a while that she left the house. I think she's a teenager that she left and started living. She was like already grown to an extent. I think she went to the house when she was like 18. I saw the video she was narrating that she left when she was about 20 or 21, right? That it's at that point that she realized that so you can actually just stay and eat fruit on a normal day. That fruits felt like luxury to her. That she did not know that you can just stay and decide to eat pineapples. She didn't have that experience. She will only see with the eyes and not eat it. That one is just maybe even looking like it's not so serious. There are even more severe ones that the children of the family will eat. It's the leftovers that children living with somebody eats afterwards. After everyone has eaten in the house, they'll not tell you the ones remaining in the plate, the one they will gather. Some of those things that some people cannot even feed their dogs with. Their dogs can't even eat leftovers. They will carefully prepare food for their dogs. Those are the kind of food some people living with people eat as a meal. It's terrible. 08109510951. What's your idea about that? Sending a child to go live with people. If you think that it works, well, it's better than just abandoning the child, or it's better than making the child suffer with you. Well, I'd like to know your opinion on that one. If you think that, doesn't really matter, it's just part of life experiences. But part of life experiences, you say, some people don't even live to tell the story because of how terrible the experience they had was. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello. Good evening, ma.
Good evening, welcome.
Thank you.
My
name is Gospel.
All right.
Calling from River State.
Okay.
This matter on Ghana reminds me of my late auntie.
Okay.
As I'm speaking with him now, I didn't grow up with my parents.
Okay.
My parents did not bring me up.
Oh.
It was my auntie, my late auntie.
Okay.
When I was earlier 10, my auntie came to my mom and took me to his own house. He never maltreated me one day. I never served in her house.
That's so nice.
Even when I did something wrong,
Yeah.
and you did bad, they will talk to you. So when she would try talking to me, like, I would take offense, I would just get angry and say that I will never eat her food. But she would beg me.
Okay. So yours was a good experience. Living with a relative, you didn't have a terrible experience. And I'm glad that even till date, you still remember the good things that she did for you as a child. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you. Thank you for your experience and sharing that one with us.
I have something to say.
All right, go on.
It's not bad to send your child to your relatives.
To stay with someone.
But I don't know what is happening these days. People are very wicked and heartless. I don't know.
All right.
As I was saying, my younger one is still staying with my auntie, but she never
maltreats them. She's just the exception. It's just lucky that you are part of the people who have experienced the good experience living with someone. Thank you for sharing that one. All right. Okay. Hello. Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah. My name is Honorable Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, go on.
Well, it's quite unfortunate that what this lady did. I could remember in my own compound or my yard, I serve about 2 this kind of a thing happened to. I called these people and they picked the girl.
Yeah.
The girl of 3, 4 years. You see how this woman will send this girl out around 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock to go and start spreading clothes.
Oh my God.
Even the kids, her hand cannot even
Reach the
that
line.
wire.
Yeah.
I am telling you. So I have to call this widow. So listen, and I make an arrangement. Come and pick me. Nobody know that I'm the one
that made that call, that alerted them.
That call and remove that girl from the very heartless woman.
Some people will not care.
I am telling you, this woman will pamper her own children like gold.
But treat someone else on like trash.
3 years child. What can 3 years child? If you see where this woman will pack all the clothes as this child.
For the child to wash. Okay.
I am telling you, some
right.
mothers, I don't really understand.
Some people are really terrible, and they do terrible things to people's children.
I'm telling you, this kind of a thing is not good.
At all.
I serve this girl, I'm telling you. Today, nobody knows that I'm the one that removed that girl from that house.
You did good. You did good. Thank you.
This woman will warm soup and give to his own children, but ask this child to wait until he cooks it.
Okay, you see.
How?
Very, very terrible. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, my dear.
Welcome.
My name is Borango. I'm calling from River.
All right, go on, please.
Yeah, this matter is a very serious matter. So it depends on the people. There are some, especially women, who are so heartless. I was living in a compound with a certain lady.
Yeah.
From what they call Ubuta. This woman is very wicked. She will beat up that house girl even. And the girl is a relative of the husband, though. The husband who don't do anything. You wake up this girl. That girl was about 10 years old.
Oh.
Midnight to 1 a.m. She will beat up this girl. If the girl will be going to school, she will call her back. But she pampers her own.
Her own children. Take care of her children, but treat someone else's like trash.
I have to take action.
All right.
And then,
that's good. Thank you.
There are many of them who are so
Thank you.
But there are some.
Yeah, there are also people who are good. So as much as we are acknowledging that there are good ones, we're also knowing that there are people who do the opposite. All right. Thank you. Hello, good evening. Welcome.
For me, I want to say it and say it clearly. I will not blame those women totally. Yes. Hardship, they cause all those things.
The ones who send their children to go live with people.
Because in as much as they commit crime, I think Anambra State, like I've said in the voice note, he refused to play. Anambra State governor have a role to play here. Yes, not just in fake pastors. Why the domestic abuse in his state is not facing the reality. The economic meltdown of Tinubu government contribute to this problem. People will burn 5 or burn 6. They don't get this child before Tinubu came on board now. Because of hardship, some people can't be as well. Some people cannot pay school fees of their children. They begin to share those children.
All right.
That's the problem. We need to tackle this problem from the root.
Okay.
And the root is the Tinubu government has failed woefully. He will not come back. This is the cause of all these things. Take it or leave it. That's my submission.
All right. Now, I'm not disputing that the economy is not hard, life is not tough. To feed more mouths is a lot of expenses, but it's best that you just don't carry more than you can feed. I'm not talking about the children who are already born. I mean the people who take in people's children. If you know that you don't have the ability to take care of them, don't carry someone's child. Don't accept. And there are some people who would even go to you and say, send your child to come and stay with me now, at least to be helping me in my store or to be helping me in my shop or something. But you know that the intention for that is to bring the child to slave and to do all the chores that you cannot do. But you deceive the parents and say, oh, bring your child, let your son come now, put your child in school. Meanwhile, you just need someone to slave for you. That's another part, another angle. Some of the people don't even send their children. The people come to collect the children from them under the guise of, I want to help you, I want to make life better for the child. This message here says, good evening, Rona. Rona, I've been a living witness. I started living with people at age 13. I have lived with 4 different families, and 3 out of them was hell. Imagine. The first was in the 90s. I was staying with my uncle at Ibadan. I stayed for 3 years. As I just finished writing my WAEC, something happened in the house which I was not the cause, but because of wickedness, the wife transferred aggression to me, and when I reacted by not eating, the next thing was to go to Ife Sinachi Luxurious Bus to book tickets to take me back to the east. Rather, I thought it was a joke. The next day, they bundled me in 9th bus to the east. Rather, that's how I was denied writing neck. Oh my God. Another one was a family friend that had a good intention to train me in the university at Nsukka. They treated me well like a princess, I must confess. They even had plans to take me abroad if they are going for vacation. But when she gave birth and her mother came for Mugo, everything changed. Her mother biased her mind. Rona, that was why I came back again to my father's house, and I finally got admission at Abia State University, Uturu, and I am a graduate. My parents finally trained me. Thank God. Right? Let me stop here because of time. Rona, I suffered in this my life, but thank God I am who I am today and came from Port Harcourt. I'm glad that you are even able to narrate all of these experiences, because that shows that you've moved past it. But like, you're already over it. You're an adult now. But there are children who are currently living in it that they can't explain what their eyes are seeing. They cannot say the things that they're experiencing. They can't. A sense of this conversation is the communal extended family relationship inherent in Africa and can hardly be erased, even though the socioeconomic realities around the average Nigerian should be deeply frowned at such conscious or unconscious shift of natural parental responsibility to a family relation for some flimsy reasons. When you litter babies all over the place like rabbits, you should be prepared to raise them with the basics, at least. Friday Olu from Unipod. All right, I'm not sure I can take any more calls because of time, but thank you all for your contribution. And please, if you listen to this and you know that you fall into the category of people who maltreat other people's children or house help living with you, please do better. Don't be callous. Do good. You're doing it for yourself and for the future. And if you're still doing bad and you think that you're getting away with it, change. Oh, I beg you, change, because it's a cycle. It definitely come back to you. May not be to you directly, maybe to people that you love, or your family or your children or something. Just be a good person. And if you know you don't have the ability to extend goodness to other people, don't involve them. If you can't help someone's issue or make their life better, leave them alone like that than, putting them in very tight situations. Thank you all so much for joining on the conversation. My name is Rhoda Agbara. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
A very good evening to you. This is the World News and Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. RAPs consider bills to strengthen DSS operations. NDC presidential candidate Peter Obi urges Nigeria to emulate South Africa's transparent borrowing model. NHRC warns hate speech threatens democracy ahead of 2027 elections. On the foreign scene, Ukrainian drones strike Moscow refinery as Russia launches fresh missile attack on Kiev. Details shortly. The House of Representatives has commenced legislative consideration of 3 bills aimed at strengthening the operational capacity of the Department of State Services (DSS) through improved funding, professional training, and indigenous research. Speaking at a public hearing in Abuja, Chairman of the House Committee on National Security and Intelligence, Ahmed Satomi, said the proposed legislation seeks to establish a DSS Trust Fund, a Strategic Intelligence Management Institute, and a DSS Research and Development Bureau. He noted that the measures are designed to provide sustainable financing, enhance intelligence coordination and training, and promote local technological solutions to Nigeria's evolving security challenges. Declaring the hearing open, Speaker of the House, Abbas Tajuddin, described national security as the foundation for economic growth, social development, and democratic governance. He said the proposed bills would strengthen intelligence gathering, innovation, and institutional resilience needed to tackle threats such as terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, cybercrime, and transnational crimes. Tajuddin urged stakeholders to provide constructive input to ensure the final legislation delivers effective, accountable, and sustainable security frameworks. Meanwhile, the Department of State Services (DSS) has called on the House of Representatives to remove provision allowing international organizations to fund its proposed Security Trust Fund, warning that foreign contributions could expose sensitive intelligence operations to external influence and compromise national security. The agency made its position known during a public hearing organized by the House Committee on National Security and Intelligence on bills aimed at strengthening the operational capacity, training, and funding of Nigeria's domestic intelligence service. Represented by Emmanuel Duabi, the DSS supported the proposed legislation but recommended key amendments, including the expunging of clauses permitting grants, donations, and endowments from foreign organizations. The service argued that reliance on international funding could undermine sovereignty, compromise operational confidentiality, and introduce external influence into domestic security properties. It further proposed a revised funding structure with a defined allocation formula, changes to the position of the governing board, and the inclusion of legal expertise, while also questioning the statutory basis for the Nigerian Governors Forum representation. Despite its reservations, the DSS described the bill as a critical step towards improving intelligence operations, counter-terrorism response, and emergency preparedness through stable financing. Retired military officers have called for comprehensive reforms of Nigeria's security architecture following the death of Major General Rabi Abubakar, who was abducted by bandits in Katsina State. Speaking at a press conference in Kaduna, Brigadier General Ismaila Abdullahi, on behalf of colleagues, friends, and associates of the deceased, described the incident as a tragic reminder of the worsening security situation across the country. While commending the effort of the federal government, that the Katsina State government that led to the rescue of Abubakar's wife, Amina Abubakar, he said the retired general's death underscored the urgent need for stronger measures to combat banditry, kidnapping, and terrorism. He warned against politicizing insecurity or giving it ethnic and regional interpretations, insisting that terrorism, kidnapping, and banditry are national challenges that require a united response. The group called for stronger security institutions, improved intelligence collaboration, greater investment in intelligence gathering, tighter border control to curb the influx of illegal weapons, and enhance support for community-based security structures. The federal government has assured Nigerians in South Africa that all citizens who have indicated willingness to return home amid ongoing anti-migrant attacks will be evacuated before the June 30 deadline. The Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Bianca Odumegu Ojukwu, said the President Bola Tinubu-led administration remains committed to the safety and welfare of Nigerians abroad, noting that the evacuation process is already underway. She disclosed that the first batch of 258 Nigerians was airlifted from South Africa on June 11, while arrangements are being finalized to evacuate the remaining citizens out of about 1,000 who have registered to return home. According to the minister, President Tinubu has directed that all Nigerians facing danger and harassment and who voluntarily wish to return should be assisted without delay. Odumegu Ojukwu also criticized that what she described as unequal treatment of Nigerians despite the presence of more than 120 South African companies operating freely in Nigeria. The presidential candidate of the Nigerian Democratic Congress, NDC, Peter Obi, has called on Nigeria to adopt South Africa's approach to borrowing, stressing that while borrowing is not inherently bad, the critical issue is transparency and effective use of the funds. In a post on his verified X handle, Obi noted that South Africa's recent $1 billion loan from the New Development Bank reflects accountable borrowing, where Project purposes are clearly defined, investment are identifiable, and outcomes are measurable for citizens. Obi, the former Anambra State governor, expressed concern over Nigeria's rising public debt, which he said has grown from about 87 trillion in 2023 to nearly 200 trillion naira without corresponding clarity on its utilization. He argued that many Nigerians are left uninformed about how borrowed funds are deployed across key sectors such as education, healthcare, power, security, and infrastructure, insisting that every loan must be tied to productive investments that improve living standards, create jobs, and drive economic growth. He further emphasized that fiscal responsibility and transparency are essential, warning that borrowing without accountability risks burdening future generations. The National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, has warned that the growing spread of hate speech poses a serious threat to Nigeria's democracy, peace, and national development ahead of the 2027 general elections. Speaking at the event to mark the International Day for Countering Hate Speech, the Executive Secretary of the Commission, Chief Tony Ojukwu, said hate speech violates fundamental human rights, strips individuals of their dignity, and undermines the principles of equality and non-discrimination enshrined in Article 7 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. While acknowledging that freedom of expression is a protected right, Ojukwu stressed that such freedom does not extend to speech that incites hatred, hostility, or violence against others. He noted that Section 24 and 26 of Nigeria's Cybercrimes Act 2015 already criminalized the deliberate dissemination of offensive and inflammatory messages online, adding that legal provisions must be complemented by responsible conduct from political actors, traditional and religious leaders, media organizations, and citizens. According to him, unchecked hate speech fuels division, lays the groundwork for conflict, and threatens the credibility of the electoral process by intimidating voters, suppressing participation, and deepening ethnic and religious tensions. In a statement signed by the NHRC Director of Corporate Affairs and External Linkages, Fatima Mohammed, Ojukwu reaffirmed the Commission's commitment to mentoring and documenting and responding to hate speech incidents nationwide, warning that failure to curb the menace could endanger lives, livelihoods, and the future of Nigeria's democracy. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has commenced the distribution of sensitive and non-sensitive materials for the Rivers Southeast Senatorial District by-election, scheduled for Saturday, June 20, 2026. The materials are being moved from the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN branch in Port Harcourt to the 7 local government areas that make up the Senatorial District. Today, FM's Uchendu Ejowa, who monitored the exercise at the CBN premises, reports that the movement of the electoral materials is being closely observed by party agents and accompanied by electoral officers with heavy security provided by armed personnel. Meanwhile, INEC has released and published the final list of candidates for the election. According to a circular signed by Rose Oriana Anthony, the candidates include Douglas Fabeke Bika of the Action Alliance AA, Osaro Saka Erewari of the All Progressives Congress APC, Sam Baripoa of the Labour Party LP, and Nwago Johnson of the People's Democratic Party PDP. Similarly, the Independent National Electoral Commission INEC has commenced the distribution of sensitive election materials from the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN in Ado-Ekiti ahead of the Ekiti State governorship election and a series of senatorial and federal constituency by-elections scheduled for Saturday, June 20, 2026. The Resident Electoral Commissioner for Ekiti State, Bumi Omosenyi Demi, described the exercise as smooth and assured stakeholders that all materials would be delivered to their destinations on schedule. Meanwhile, INEC disclosed that the number of registered voters in Ekiti State has increased from 987,647 in 2023 to 1,059,360 in 2026, while the number of collected permanent voter cards, PVCs, rose from 958,052 to 1,028,929, representing a collection rate of over 97%. The Nigerian Bar Association (NBA) has inaugurated its Oyigbo branch, bringing the total number of NBA branches in River State to 8. The move is aimed at enhancing the welfare and professional interest of legal practitioners in the state. Justice Omonigo Mwimbani presided over the inauguration and swearing in of the pioneer executive members of the branch at the Oyigbo High Court. The newly inaugurated executives are led by renowned human rights advocate O.C. Haya King as chairman, Henry Mack Mbiwe as vice chairman, and Daniel Onyegorom as secretary, among others. Speaking with newsmen shortly after the inauguration, the chairman of the NBA Oyigbo branch, O.C. Haya King, assured members of the public that the new leadership would prioritize the development and growth of the branch. Haya King, who stated that the executive would tackle the activities of impersonators within the legal profession and strengthen advocacy for the protection of human rights, particularly for residents of Oyigbo, also commended the River State Governor, the Chief Judge of River State, and former national president of the NBA for their support towards the establishment of the branch.
We are going to make sure we put things on ground. We are going to make sure we put things that any incoming executive will be able to do better than we have done. It's going to be work. It's going to be laying of foundation so that any other person that comes will be able to build on that, because this is a new branch. It has never existed before, so it's going to be existing from now on. National NBA have done a lot now to be able to check illegal or quackery lawyers, people who just want to impersonate as lawyers. We are going to fight them. So we are going to be making sure from now on, no fake lawyer will come to Oyigbo branch.
On his part, the chairman of the Electoral Committee, Kelvin Roland Omodu, described the election process that produced the executives as free, fair and credible, while expressing confidence that the newly elected officers, whom he described as individuals with proven track records, would lay a solid foundation for the branch and ensure its sustainability.
The election was free and fair. It will have also set a pace for other new branches to also emulate. The election came, the members comported themselves and voted for the candidates of their choice, who today have been sworn in by the presiding judge of Oyigbo Division. As a LECO, today I want to also say that the position I occupied was not an easy one, but thank God I had members that were willing to work. So the new executives, I know they will make us proud. They are persons of integrity. They also have the love of this branch at heart. And with the support of other members of this branch will go places.
On the foreign scene, Ukraine and Russia have exchanged fresh aerial attacks, with Ukrainian drones striking a major oil refinery in Moscow for the second time this week, while Russian forces launched the ballistic missiles and drones at Kiev and other Ukrainian cities. Russia's defense ministry said its air defense system intercepted 555 Ukrainian drones, including nearly 200 approaching the capital. Moscow Mayor Sergei Sobyanin confirmed that several drones reached the Moscow oil refinery, a key facility supplying a significant portion of the city's fuel needs, while minor damage was also reported at a shopping center and residential properties. The attack follows a similar strike earlier the week that reportedly disrupted refinery operations, adding pressure to Russia's energy infrastructure. In Ukraine, authorities said Kiev came under a renewed missile attack, while strikes in the cities of Sumy and Dnipro left at least 2 people dead and several others injured. And in sport, Real Madrid have confirmed the signing of French defender Ibrahima Konate on a 4-year contract following the expiration of his deal with Liverpool. In a statement, the Spanish giant announced that an agreement had been reached for the 27-year-old centre-back to join the club until June 30, 2030. Konate arrived at the Santiago Bernabeu after 4 successful seasons at Liverpool, where he made 183 appearances and helped the club secure several trophies, including the Premier League title in 2025 and the FA Cup in 2022. Currently with the French national team at the World Cup, Konate becomes the latest addition to a Real Madrid squad, undergoing significant rebuilding ahead of the new season. The club has already strengthened its ranks with the appointment of Jose Mourinho as head coach and the signings of Spain international Marc Cucurella and Portugal midfielder Bernardo Silva. Real Madrid have also been linked with Inter Milan wing-back Denzel Dumfries as they seek to bolster their squad after 2 successive seasons without a major trophy. Meanwhile, the club recently extended Antonio Rudiger's contract with 2027 following the departures of Dani Carvajal and David Alaba at the end of their contracts. And to end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The House of Representatives has commenced consideration of 3 bills aimed at strengthening DSS operations. The presidential candidate of NDC, Peter Obi, has urged Nigeria to emulate South Africa's transparent borrowing model. We told you that the National Human Rights Commission, NHRC, has warned that the growing spread of hate speech threatens the country's democracy ahead of 2027 elections. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Ukrainian drones have struck Moscow refinery as Russia launched fresh missile attack on Kyiv. That was the news as edited by Stella Sasongo Korea. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, Facebook at Today95.1fm. On Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbara. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe. Stay locked. Today 95.1 FM. Radio on the go.
Very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Benin and Niger formalized commitment to reopening shared border. Detained Uganda lawyer charged with complicity in treason. Ukraine hits Moscow refinery as Zelensky solicits Trump's support to end war. U.S. transfers immigrants out of the Florida Alligator Alcatraz Detention Center. Details shortly. Benin and Niger have confirmed their commitment to reopening the shared border in a joint communique released on June 16, 2026. The statement builds on discussions earlier this month during a visit to Niamey by Benin's newly inaugurated president, Romuald Wadagni. Talks with Niger's head of state, Abdurrahman Tiani, resulted in a 9-point plan setting out the leaders' commitment to boosting bilateral cooperation and creating a committee to examine conditions for reopening the border. The border has been closed since Niger's 2023 coup, initially due to ECOWAS sanctions, and the sanctions were lifted a year later. But Niamey kept the border closed after accusing Benin of harboring French bases bent on destabilizing Niger. A Uganda opposition lawyer has appeared in court charged with complicity in treason after the powerful army chief boasted of his abduction. Arias Lukwago was charged with failing to report a treason-related plot hatched in neighboring Kenya between 2021-2024. The prosecution said they potentially face life imprisonment if convicted. He represents one of President Yoweri Museveni's chief rivals, Kizza Besigye, who has been jailed on treason charges since being abducted in Kenya and forcibly returned to Uganda in late 2024. The prosecution said Lukwago's case had been joined with Besigye's. However, his lawyers have requested bail on medical grounds, with his application hearing adjourned until June 22. In Zimbabwe, a court ruling has dismissed a legal challenge by war veterans against proposed constitutional amendment has sparked divided reactions. The country's constitutional court cleared the way for reforms that could extend presidential terms from 5 to 7 years, potentially allowing President Emerson Mnangagwa to remain in office until 2030. Outside the court in Harare, government supporters welcomed the judgment, and Sylvester Hashiti, a lawyer representing Mnangagwa, said applicants had failed to establish any misconduct on the part of the president and had no legal basis for the case. But opposition lawyers and war veterans involved in the case said they were not giving up. And Lovemo Maduku, a lawyer representing war veterans, said his client respect the judgment of the court but are undeterred. The ruling also raised concerns among some political analysts like Precious Shumba, who argued it threatens Zimbabwe's democracy. The Democratic Republic of Congo's national soccer team has made history at the World Cup by earning a 1-1 draw against Cristiano Ronaldo's Portugal yesterday. The Leopards also scored their first ever goal in the tournament, a historic moment celebrated across the country. In Bunia, the capital of Ituri province, which is currently facing an Ebola outbreak, Hundreds of fans gathered in front of giant screens to watch their highly anticipated match. Despite health concerns related to the outbreak, a passion for soccer and loyalty to the nation team drew a large crowd that came out to support the Leopards. However, 1 month after the official declaration of Ebola outbreak in Democratic Republic of Congo, the country has recorded 782 confirmed cases of Ebola and 181 deaths in the 3 provinces affected by the outbreak. Senegal's Constitutional Council has declined to hear a challenge against former Prime Minister Ousmane Sonko's recent reinstatement to Parliament, where he now serves as Speaker after falling out with the President, Bassirou Diomaye Faye. The decision cements Sonko's perch atop the National Assembly, where he could become a serious counterweight to the President's ability to govern. Faye dramatically fired Sonko as Prime Minister in late May after months of tension and growing disagreements between the former allies. Sonko was subsequently reinstated into the National Assembly, where he was immediately and overwhelmingly elected Speaker. The Constitutional Council decision had been expected and is final, with no further recourse available for the opposition, which brought the challenge. Away from Africa to the rest of the world. Ukrainian drones have hit a Moscow oil refinery for the second time this week, while Russia fired missiles at Kiev, as President Volodymyr Zelensky seeks support from the United States and Europe to reach a deal to end the war. The attack on the oil facility is the second this week after a drone attack halted operations in the refinery, as widespread damage to Russian energy facilities worsened the country's fuel crisis. Reporting from Kazan, Yulia Shapovalova said the refinery is a strategically important enterprise and it provides a multi-million population of the Russian capital with around 40% of petrol and oil products. The regional governor also said that in the surrounding Moscow region, a high-rise residential building, an industrial facility and a number of private houses were also damaged in the drone attack. Taiwan's president has said the hopes the United States approves the $14 billion arms sale as soon as possible, reiterating that the island rejects unification with China. Taiwan relies heavily on U.S. support to deter any potential Chinese attack, and Washington has put pressure on Taipei to increase its defense spending. In May, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said that the $14 billion deal was under review. Speaking to Taiwan Foreign Correspondents Club in Taipei earlier today, Taiwan's President William Lansing-Tay reiterated his desire to talks based on the parity and respect with China, but said only the Taiwanese people can decide their future. The Federal Reserve has held U.S. interest rates between 3.5% and 3.75% after Kevin Warsh's first meeting in charge of the central bank, while Fed governors were split on whether to keep rates steady or increase them in a bid to tame inflation, which has been pushed up by the U.S.-Israel war in Iran. U.S. President Donald Trump pushed Warsh's predecessor, Jerome Powell, to cut interest rates and made clear they expected Warsh to fulfill his demand for cuts. But with inflation running at above target 3.8% and uncertainty surrounding Trump's deal to end the war with Iran, the Fed's rate setting committee unanimously decided to keep rates steady. The administration of United States President Donald Trump has announced that all immigrant detainees have been transferred out of a Florida detention facility known as Alligator Alcatraz, effectively shuttering the controversial facility. The Department of Homeland Security, DHS, said that everyone being held in the state-run facility had been transferred out, citing concerns about the start of the Atlantic hurricane season. She did not specify how many people were transferred or were sent, and her statement also did not indicate whether the detention facility was permanently shuttered, though reports of impending closure has intensified for months. Several anonymous officials told newsmen in May that the isolated facility located inside Florida's Big Cypress Natural Preserve was too costly to maintain. The facility has attracted significant scrutiny since it was first announced nearly a year ago on June 19, 2025. Named after the infamous Alcatraz Island prison in San Francisco, Alligator Alcatraz was built as a temporary facility that would make sure and make use of its wetland surroundings as a deterrent for escape. A New York court has sentenced 44-year-old Felix Rogers to 5 years in prison for sexually abusing the body of a deceased passenger aboard a Manhattan subway train. Rogers, a Brooklyn resident, pleaded guilty to the offense, which occurred in April 2025 after 37-year-old Georgie Gonzalez lost consciousness and died while riding an R train. Prosecutors said surveillance footage showed Rogers targeting the victim after noticing he was unresponsive and searching his pockets during the incident. In addition to the prison term, the court ordered that Rogers be placed under 15 years of supervised release upon completion of his sentence. The case attracted widespread attention across the United States due to its disturbing nature and concerns about safety within New York City transit system. That story from New York concludes tonight's edition of The Watch. It is produced by Oloma and Woso of the news department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. Benin and Niger have formalized a commitment to reopening shared border. You heard that detained Uganda lawyer has been charged with complicity in treason. We told you that Ukraine has hit Moscow refinery as Zelensky is soliciting for Trump's support to end war. And finally, U.S. has transferred immigrants out of Florida alligator Alcatraz detention center. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. The BBC visits the eastern part of the DRC where the current Ebola outbreak has killed nearly 200 people. How are the communities responding to the outbreak?
It was really heartwarming to see mother and child very optimistic about leaving the Ebola treatment unit. And also, she's not only a mother, she's also a medic, she's a doctor.
And in Uganda, where the country's high court banned cryptocurrency trading, has this given rise to an illegal crypto exchange market in the country?
Of course, it's understandable. Regulators, governments, they want visibility. They want to know how money is moving into the country, who is doing what, to reduce anti-money laundering.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Sue Montgomery. Commercial maritime traffic through the Strait of Hormuz is picking up pace after Iran reopened the waterway after the signing of the accord with the US to end their war. 11 Iranian ships bearing oil and essential goods have returned to their country after at least 4 French and Saudi fuel tankers passed the other way, bound for South and East Asia. Here's our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette.
It's a win for the world that the Strait of Hormuz, whose closure had such wide-ranging and very painful repercussions for countries the world over. That's really, really important. President Trump is able to say, and he said it in capital letters, the oil prices are coming down, the stock markets are up. He says if anyone criticizes his deal, it's because they're stupid. But when you look at the 14 points in this deal, it really does look like a big win for Iran.
The African Union Health Agency says more than 200 people have now died from Ebola in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The outbreak continues to expand into new areas, despite intensified surveillance and treatment. Officials say there are now nearly 800 cases across the northeastern provinces. The authorities are continuing their search for a 6-year-old girl with Ebola who was taken from a hospital in the north of the DRC. The Church of England has issued a formal apology to birth mothers and children affected by historical forced adoptions, saying it's profoundly sorry for its role. From the 1940s to the 1970s, the Church helped run mother and baby homes, where unmarried pregnant women were often pressured into giving up their children. The Archbishop of Canterbury, Dame Sarah Mullally, said women had been treated badly.
We heard accounts of pain, of indignity, and of shame, of being treated in ways that felt like punishment and not care or compassion.
President Zelensky has told a meeting of NATO defence ministers in Brussels that pressure on Russia needs to be increased to get it to end the war against his country. He said Ukraine and Germany had signed an agreement on anti-ballistic capabilities, and he urged other allies to join.
We invite all countries to contribute to these common efforts as much as possible. By this winter, we should already see concrete outcomes from our joint work on anti-ballistic defense. This is something we all need, not only Ukraine, and it is a long-term effort. Please support it at every level and in every possible way.
Mr. Zelensky also told the defence ministers that Ukraine needed long-range artillery and unmanned vehicles. World News from the BBC. The UK and Norway are among several countries warning that the paramilitary Rapid Support Forces in Sudan could escalate their assault in the city of El Obeid. Norway's ambassador told the UN Human Rights Council that the imminent escalation would leave about 500,000 civilians at risk of falling victim to large-scale atrocities. The UN says that government forces were the main perpetrators of violations against children in conflict zones last year, for the first time since it started taking records. The UN verified more than 14,000 children killed or maimed. It says the highest number of violations by a significant margin were in Israel, Gaza and the West Bank, with the vast majority of these carried out by the Israeli military. A court in Britain has jailed 2 dual Chinese-British nationals after being convicted of spying on Hong Kong pro-democracy dissidents in the UK on behalf of China. Here's Greg Mackenzie.
The court heard how Border Force officer Peter Y abused his access to Home Office databases to gather information on Hong Kong activists and dissidents who had fled to Britain. Prosecutors said that intelligence was passed through Bill Ewan, a former Hong Kong police officer. The government has described the activity as an infringement of British sovereignty, while campaigners say the case highlights growing concerns about foreign states attempting to monitor and intimidate critics living in the UK.
Australian researchers say bird flu has killed thousands of elephant seal pups at a remote Antarctic breeding colony. Scientists visiting Heard Island and the McDonald Islands last year found hundreds of dead seals and confirmed the presence of the H5N1 bird flu strain. They estimate about 13,000 seal pups have died. BBC News.
Hello there and welcome to Focus on Africa. I am Nkechi Obonna in Nairobi. The BBC goes to the front lines with response teams in the eastern part of the Democratic Republic of Congo, where the current Ebola outbreak has killed nearly 200 people and spread into neighboring Uganda. How is the road to recovery?
So there are people who still regard the Ebola treatment centers as places where people go to die. And it is not hard to see why, because, many of the cases that go there, especially when they are advanced, they don't make it. And this is a disease where the death rate, or what is called the case fatality rate, is very high. It's in some cases as high as 90%. Like out of every 10 people, 9 people die.
And in Uganda, where the country's high court banned cryptocurrency trading, has this given rise to an illegal crypto exchange market in the country?
Mostly it has just pushed it to the black market, which is a negative to most countries that are trying to ban it. I think the best direction is to regulate it, officialize it and then regulate it. Because when you ban it, you're pushing it and increasing the illegalities now. You're increasing what people are doing with this money you won't even know. I would say best to learn, understand and then try to regulate as best as possible.
It's Thursday, June 18th. On the front lines of the Ebola outbreak in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, survival is quite promising despite fear, violence and community mistrust among members. In a region where treatment centers have been attacked, health workers targeted, and entire communities left traumatized, every recovered patient gives these affected communities a sigh of relief. The virus is most infectious after a patient dies, making the way victims are buried a critical part of controlling the outbreak. Throughout previous outbreaks, unsafe burial practices have been linked to mass transmission of the disease, placing safe and dignified burials at the heart of the current emergency response approach. On Monday, a 6-year-old girl who had tested positive for Ebola was abducted from a treatment center in Butembo, North Kivu province by armed attackers, which medics say could worsen the spread of the virus. The BBC's Ansoy traveled to the DRC and has been following response teams in hotspots including Bunia, Rampara and Mongwalu, where volunteers from the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent continue their work under incredibly difficult conditions. In our conversation, she began by describing the atmosphere in the affected communities and how people are living under the dual threat of Ebola and ongoing insecurity in the region.
If nobody had informed us that there was an outbreak of Ebola, there was no way of telling that once you got on the ground. Because it's a very busy town, people are going about their business, motorbikes, buzzing everywhere, carrying 2, 3, 4 even pillions. The markets are full, schools are open. It looks like business as usual. But it's only when you get to speak to people that the vast majority will shake their heads and say, many people have died. I know some of them. And somebody will even flash out their smartphone and show you videos, say, this person died, this is their sister, they died last week, and they show you the family members who have died. That is circulating on social media. So people are shaken. People are aware there is an outbreak of Ebola and that people are dying. But then they also have to live their lives. But it's important to also say that, this is not like COVID where being in the same room with a person with COVID is a risk. This is transmitted through direct contact to the fluids of a person who is infected. And so when you think about that, where cases where there would be exchange of fluids, maybe in a household where there's a caregiver looking after a patient, or perhaps healthcare workers, because that's the nature of their job. And the other big risk factor is burials. Because of the culture here, there is a lot of contact with the dead there. As they bid them farewell, there is the washing of the body. People come and mourn, and as they talk to the corpse, and that is where a lot of infections come from.
Wow, those are some very strong burial practices, and I'm sure they are tied very closely to culture and religious beliefs. But how severe is the situation right now in terms of the infection rate and the response capacity of health officials?
Well, from the data released by the Ministry of Health of the Democratic Republic of Congo, it looks like the numbers of infection and deaths are increasing. In just one day, there were 29 new confirmed cases. So you can imagine it's a big blow for people. And when you speak to the experts, they also say that they are behind the curve. That means that they haven't gotten to grips with the outbreak yet. They say it is still ahead of them, so they expect the numbers to increase. It hasn't peaked yet, and before they'll take control of the outbreak, and that's when the numbers start to go down.
Now, and you've reported on communities where treatment centers have been attacked. We saw burning buildings earlier in one of your reports. What is driving the mistrust and the violence in some of these centers?
There is Red Cross report from the International Federation of the Red Cross and Red Crescent that has just been published. Today, they went to the community to try and gauge the people's attitudes. So there are people who still regard the Ebola treatment centers as places where people go to die. And it is not hard to see why, because many of the cases that go there, especially when they are advanced, they don't make it. And this is a disease where the death rate, or what is called the case fatality rate, is very high, in some cases as high as 90%, like out of every 10 people, 9 people die. But with this particular strain, Budibunjo, We have seen a much lower case fatality rate compared to the other strain, Zaire. The current rate, according to the Health Ministry, is 23%. So 2 out of every 10 people who catch Ebola will die. If you compare it to other infections, it's very, very high. You imagine the number of people who catch malaria compared to the number of people who die from it. It's usually a very small figure. So that is really what is driving those rumors, because initially people were going there, they don't come out alive. And when I went to Mongbualu, which is one of the 3 main hotspots of infection, we met the second person being released from or discharged from the hospital. And there was such a celebration from the healthcare workers, including the doctor. The medical director was escorting him out, and he was celebrating as well.
I feel great. That disease is terrible. I was very weak, but I thank God I am now healed. I am so grateful. Praise be to God.
But speaking of health workers, and how are they coping, especially emotionally and physically in such high-risk environment?
You can imagine how draining and how devastating it can be when you work in a facility where you have lost multiple colleagues. The facility in Mongbualu, the medical director said that he had lost 5 medics.
Wow,
The other hotspot, Ruampara, I also went to the Ebola treatment center there. The doctor also said that they had lost 5 colleagues in just that one hospital. You can imagine what a blow it is. Then they soldier on because they know that they have to help people. They have to isolate those who are confirmed cases. They have to attend to them, because if they don't, then they will not be able to control this outbreak. More and more, they are receiving support. They are getting personal protective equipment, which they did not have at the beginning of this outbreak. The medical director in Mongbualu, Dr. Lukodu, told me that they did not have PPEs, so they were treating people with bare hands. So you can see the risk at which they get exposed to.
And you spoke to Beryl Kahindu through the window. What was that experience like, Anne?
It was really heartwarming to see mother and child very optimistic about leaving the Ebola treatment unit. And also, she's not only a mother, she's also a medic, she's a doctor. And, it just speaks to the double risk for caregivers.
When I got sick, my child was first to be infected and had a fever and diarrhea. We got medication. After 2 weeks, the baby is now much better.
He got admitted. Her first test, she was also tested for Ebola. The first one was negative, but the second one was positive. And she said that they had improved after being admitted at the Ebola treatment center. They were actually looking forward to being discharged, but then they needed to be tested twice at intervals. And if it was both tests were negative, then they would be discharged. So it's really heartwarming to hear those stories. And I spoke to her from what is called the green zone, where anybody can go, family, visit them. And because the wards have been set up in a way that they have these large windows, they're screens, because, windows you can open, but these screens you cannot open. So it's clear glass on one side, so the hospital wards open to the other side. So visitors can come and talk to them through this glass. Like when you go to a bank, the kind of glass that bank tellers sit behind, that kind of glass. And so we were able to safely have a conversation in close proximity because of this screen that has been set up.
Many thanks to the BBC's Anne Soy. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. Let's talk about money. Not the cash in your hands, but virtual money. To be precise, cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency is a form of money that exists digitally or virtually. One of its distinct characteristics is that it is not regulated by a central bank like your regular money, and this makes it difficult for countries to manage it. Now, Sub-Saharan Africa remains one of the fastest growing crypto markets globally, accounting for over $200 billion worth of transactions. There has been crypto hype over the years, sometimes driven by speculative trends and get-rich-quick schemes. Some people say this is the only way to protect their money from inflation. Let's hear from young people across the continent who invest in the currency.
I believe more women should explore and understand this space. I personally invest in digital assets because they offer accessibility, innovation, and potential for long-term growth. They've allowed me to diversify my investment portfolio and also learn about the emerging technologies. My experience has been both rewarding and also educational.
I did not get into cryptocurrency as an investment vehicle because I never understood the underlying mathematics of it. But the way that I've used cryptocurrency over the past 8 to 10 years really is a way to send money easily across border.
I invest in crypto because it's very high rewarding in terms of sometimes you happen to buy a coin early and then be able to sell it at higher price, and sometimes you have yields as high as 140% in a short time, which my returns on investments here in Uganda cannot be able to provide for me in a short while.
Different African countries have made attempts at regulating the currencies, while others have opted for outright bans. In Uganda, a crypto ban by the High Court and the Bank of Uganda has led to the rise of an illegal crypto network valued at 4 trillion Ugandan shillings. That's about $1 billion. All financial institutions were barred from making transactions with the currency. According to a report by the country's Financial Intelligence Authority, between 2020 and 2024, Ugandans moved over $1 billion in transactions, mostly through channels outside regulatory oversight. Despite the ban, as of 2024, Uganda ranks 34th among African countries in global virtual asset adoption. To understand more on what the future of the currency looks like in Uganda and what regularization would mean for the continent, I spoke to Brian Tweheo, a financial advisor and co-founder at Settle Point, a crypto enterprise in Uganda. Give us an idea. What is the crypto market like in your country?
I think it's one of those interesting markets where it has matured from a speculation market to really strong use cases. So there is a good segment of people who understand crypto as a settlement or as a financial tool for doing business. And there's also a very good number who also still consider it a speculation tool as an investment. But I can say it's one of those markets that has matured over the years in terms of how people use it, in terms of the different classes of people who venture or are venturing into crypto in different ways.
Now, Brian, when you say that it has developed over the years and people have a better understanding of how crypto works and how to use it, why has it not been legalized to use as a form of transactions or payments like it has been done in some other states?
You know, this is not just about Uganda. For the legalizing of crypto as a payment tool, it's still really being studied in many, many other countries. There are just a few countries that have fully legalized it, but I would say Uganda is one of those that has taken its time in the legalizing of it. It is more like an up and down kind of game that has been happening. One time you find the regulators are warming up to it and they are friendly to it, and another time they are not really that much. But I can say where we've reached at the moment, there's a lot of warmth in terms of regulation because there's a virtual assets bill being discussed, which I think should be tabled to the Parliament of Uganda soon. There are a number of players that are spearheading that for regulating the virtual assets and hence, of course, the crypto market itself. But when you look under the surface, there is so much hope in terms of how fast we are moving towards that.
Right.
That is my personal opinion. Until, of course, it is official, then, we can say that.
When I go to certain circles and people are talking about cryptocurrency, there are these groups of people who always are frightened, probably because they do not understand it, probably probably because they feel it's very volatile. It's not something that has been well understood by different markets. What is it about crypto that scares people?
You know, the truth is there's been a lot of bad players in crypto. There's been so many people who have used crypto in bad ways, and quite a number of people have burnt their feet. There's been a lot of scams going around, coming in different shapes, in different sizes. You find that there's a good number of the population whose introduction to crypto was through a scam. And it's very hard for that person to start trusting again. And that kind of person, as they say, negative news move faster. That kind of person will be very hard to convince to see the real positive part of it.
And you know, Brian, a few years ago, say 3, even as recent as 2 years ago, there was so much hype about cryptocurrency, crypto trading. You know, there were this new crop of influencers now who were teaching people crypto trading and all of that. But it looks as though all that hype has gone down while the value of crypto transactions are on the rise. Is the excitement still what it used to be?
So I can say the excitement is less emotional because, like, the people who are usually making noise are mostly speculators because they have, like, a bigger upside with when the volatility is very high. But when you look at the use cases, crypto was never about speculation alone. Yes, it's good and well to make money with putting money in a token and it multiplies how many X's. But the real use case was not largely about speculation. It was about payments, it was about transactions, it was about being a financial tool. And at times when you find that the market is at a time of less volatility, you'll find those hypes, influencers, the kind will become. But the real value will continue happening. Like you said, the transactions, the volumes are increasing, but the hype has reduced. Because in the last, I think, 2 years, for now, the volatility has not been that much. And in fact, it has been on either going down or a stable kind of movement. So the person who will be hyping, making noise just because they want to make 10 times their money will now be quiet because they have nothing to say. But someone moving their money across borders will still use crypto.
Now, let's talk legal frameworks and governance in Africa. Several African countries have banned the use of cryptocurrency because they say it affects the local currency, it affects the exchange rate when you benchmark it against global currencies. How would you say the banning of cryptocurrency and making it illegal, how does that work within an African context? Because young people are still trading.
Actually, I think that's the biggest mistake that most countries are doing, the whole thing of banning crypto. Of course, it's understandable. Regulators, governments, they want visibility. They want to know how money is moving into the country, who is doing what, to reduce anti-money laundering, making sure that the monetary policies are stable. That's understandable. It's well and good. But when you look at the nature of crypto, it's built to be decentralized. But for me to transact with someone, it's not like a must that must be regulated. So even when they've tried to ban, it's really hard to totally ban the movement of these transactions, the movement of money.
Does that mean the law on illegalization is not working in the country?
Mostly it has just pushed it to the black market, which is a negative to most countries that are trying to ban it. I think the best direction is to regulate it, officialize it and then regulate it. Because when you ban it, you're pushing it and increasing the illegalities now. You're increasing what people are doing with this money you won't even know. I would say best to learn, understand, and then try to regulate as best as possible.
And what would fully legalizing cryptocurrency in Africa mean for the continent?
I think it will really increase the usability of crypto. And you see, Africa has one of the highest costs in transferring of money between different borders. Like cross-border transactions are some of the highest. In fact, there is lack of interoperability in terms of how transactions work. For me to send money to another country, it's a whole long process. And I think crypto is one of those that could help open these borders. There's a lot of trade that can happen in Africa, and crypto is one of those enablers that could really work out in the positive in Africa. Legalizing it and opening up channels to make sure that it's all clear for the regulators and everyone who is doing it is safe. Even people who are transacting are comfortable that I can move my money without fear. It can really do wonders for Africa, in my opinion.
Many thanks to Brian Twehale, a financial advisor and co-founder at Settle Point, a crypto enterprise in Uganda. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. Should you want to speak with us, please send a WhatsApp message on +254 791 269 243 or drop us an email on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. You can also leave us a message on our social media at BBC Africa or my handle at @IamNkechiNna, and that's with double N. If there are any stories you think are underreported in your community or country, please do get in touch and we might just cover it. Today's episode was produced by Godwin Asediba and Bella Twine in Nairobi. Kiganse Shumba was the senior journalist in charge, while Davis Mosaru was the technical producer. Our editors are Charles Gitonga and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nkechi Obonna, and I'll speak